Pocket full of street money. Oh my blessings. Diamonds in my chain glow. Every 20 minutes change clothes. Hello. Well. Oh, thank you, Cloud Massacre. Dropping double the money today. Holy shit. Holy shit. Well, that worked out well. Walked away to get myself something to drink, and now you're all here. Well, not all of you, but at least a good chunk of you. Right on time indeed. Dude, I've been back on the darts, man. Over a year now. Sucks. Sucks. It's been a long time since these weary eyes were laid on some new folk round these here parts. What are you here for? Prospecting? Huh? Are you gonna make your fortune panning gold? I like to consider myself an oil man. I have many wells producing many barrels a day for many thousands of dollars in income a day. This is my son, H.W. He runs the family business with me. Since I am an oil man, I like to think of myself. I can't remember where he goes from there. He's like, I love it. What's your go-to strain before eating a Thanksgiving? I don't have a whole ass strain picked out for Thanksgiving, dude. Like, I'm a stoner, but I'm not that kind of stoner. There are people out there that are that kind of stoners, where it's like, I've got a special strain that I smoke for Christmas, and then I prefer to have this strain on Thanksgiving. It's like, no. How about just some weed? How's that from? I drink your milkshake. Drainage, Eli. Drainage, you boy. I can't even tell the difference between indica and sativa. You're probably not inhaling. I hate to tell you this, but like, if you're like, when people say shit like that, it just lets me know that like they're probably one of those people that are like, oh yeah, dude, I smoke every once in a while. That pass the J. I can never, I hardly feel anything. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing with weed is like I'll smoke some of it like this, but I hardly feel anything, bro. I can't tell the difference between indica and sativa at all. It's because you're mouthing it. Yeah, man, it just doesn't get me high, dude. I tried it one time. It was just like, I don't even feel a thing. Whatever. Yeah, it really is. It's the equivalent of like taking a shot, holding it in your mouth and swishing it around for a couple of seconds and then spitting it on the floor. I see so many people doing it. Or they get way too anxious about it and never smoke again. That's another thing that people cover for. That's why a lot of people mouth hit. Like it's not because they don't understand like how to smoke. It's because they got fucked up once and they don't want to tell people like, "Oh, I can't handle weed." So they make up a story about how it barely affects them so they don't have to be offered it all the time. If you've got a big fat joint of a strong sativa dominant, you smoke that and you catalog how you feel. And then you've got a big fat joint of an indica dominant, you smoke that and catalog how you feel, and you don't feel different, you didn't smoke it. Glad we got that out of the way. Do you check your fans' music when they send it to you? Sometimes I do. Like, I don't ever skip it out of like some kind of spite or disinterest or whatever, but I get sent a lot of stuff, you know? So I'm sure there have been people that have sent me some of their music that I haven't, you know what I mean? I haven't watched. What's the difference in high? A sativa is a head high and an indica is a body high. That's the best way to put it. Sativa will make you feel giggly and up, chatty, and kind of like motivated to socialize, motivated to laugh. Indica will make you feel relaxed, kick back, maybe a little sleepy, and a lot hungry. You get the munchies on the indica. And there's your difference. Good afternoon. It's not... Is it afternoon? Hold on, let me check. It is. Well, what do you find is better for creativity? Depends on how you're feeling and what kind of creative endeavor you're on, right? But sativa for this type of stuff. That's what I'm smoking this morning. Usually in the morning time, I start with sativa. It's like coffee, you know. Gets me high, but gets my brain going in the right direction. And then in the evening time, as I'm winding down, I switch over to some indica. I was thinking about how you tossed all your weed utilities before the move and encouraged me to finally rid myself of the useless half-broken pipes from my younger years, yeah. I had the stuff that I had, to be quite frank with you, was in pretty bad shape. I had a busted pipe. It still worked, but it was cracked. I had what used to be a good old standing like dab rig that had broken. One of the quartz nail had broken off in it. It was just a bunch of crap. So I was like, fuck it. Threw away my old grinder because it was all getting dull and worn down and shit. I just chucked everything. It just made more sense. Like if I would have had something like nice, I would have given it to the guys, you know. Like if I had like, well, actually I did, technically. I have a big like 3.5 foot bong or 4 foot bong or something that Scotty got me for Christmas one year, or my birthday maybe. I think it was my birthday. That now just lives over at TJ's house because we use it for the show when we were all filming together, and I got tired of shipping it back and forth. So that's the last remaining piece of decent glass that I have, and I'm glad that it has a good home. And here, I'm not really interested in getting much. Like, I want to get a little short, 1.5 2 footer stand bong with a couple chambers in it, and maybe a dab rig or something. Outside of that, I got everything I need. Weed gives me anxiety. I don't know if it's a strain or just me. Could be the strain. It could be just you. Like, that's the thing about it is that, like any other drug, it's just not for some people. Like, some people don't like the way it makes them feel. Some people, like you, get panic attacks and stuff. It's like, if it ain't pleasant for you, don't do it. Do you like any other drugs other than weed? Not really. Like, unless you're counting the psychedelics and shit. So mushrooms, LSD, those are my go-to. You consider alcohol a drug. I like to have a beer now and again. But my drug of choice is definitely the Mary Jane. What'd it do? Just got a week off due to COVID. Well, look at you. I've done mushrooms twice, but never done LSD. What's the main difference? Hard to explain. You can trip really hard on mushrooms, but a mushroom dose is, in my experience, a mellower trip. Acid is much more invasive, while like a real heavy dose mushroom trip is more, it feels more like an augmentation of your perception, whereas acid feels like your perception is being brute forced into something else. So it's like an aggressiveness for me that's the difference. Those are the principal differences as far as I can see them. There's no uniform acid. You get something different every time. Psilocybin is a uniform experience. Uniform, of course, dependent on dosage, right? So you could take a small dose of psilocybin and have a completely different experience than if you took a large dose of psilocybin. But I will agree with you on the acid. Acid can differ. Sometimes acid is cut with like a little bit of speed and shit, which is horrible. You want to find clean acid. So you're not fucking, you know what I mean? But as far as like acid being a different trip every time, if you're getting clean acid, you should have a similar, well, you get my drift. Of course you're gonna have a different trip every time you trip on anything, but yeah. I've probably tripped mushrooms like conservatively like 40 times in my life probably. And I probably flipped acid probably around the same amount, honestly. If I'm 30, 40 times probably. A lot of acid isn't that at all. It's in NBOME or lysergic drug like Alad or something. You're right. Like, I know that happens for sure. Um, the last time I tripped, I had been given some acid and found that it was just like old school California sunshine acid, like really old, clean acid. Not old in term, but like old school, clean acid. I was like, whoa, man. That's when I did my 3-day trip experiment. I would not recommend it. They let Timothy Leary out of prison recently. Maybe we'll get real LSD again. Yeah, that'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Is it a good idea to take acid if you have autism? Dude, I'm not your drug fucking counselor. I don't know. don't don't look to me for knowledge on shit like that because I don't know. You covered yourself in Vaseline? I don't know, dude. I don't know what the protocol is because you can't just like go wash it off, right? Because oil and water, you're screwed, dude. You're just a slippery fuck for the rest of your life. Would you feel comfortable explaining how taxes work to DFF, or is that too personal? It's not really too personal. It's just like a boring topic and kind of none of your business. I mean, taxes work with DFF like they work for any other incorporated entity. We pay our taxes. I think we're switching to paying our taxes quarterly here pretty soon, so that we don't have a big balloon tax bill at the end of the year. We pay our taxes. It's not, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Who likes paying taxes? That's what I want to know. I mean, I don't mind the actual act of paying some of my income to support the society I live in. It's not that. It's the actual act of doing the taxes that I hate. I wish they'd just automatically do it and tell me what I owe, and I can just mail them a check, you know? Cover yourself in flour and use soap so that you can get rid of the Vaseline. Oh, damn. If you want to try hallucinogenics for the first time in general, do it in the company of it. Yeah. I mean, that's good. That's good advice. Read Fun Bun's comment, but you know, take it with a grain of salt. You got to be safe. You got to do it in a place where it's safe for you to be. You got to be around people who aren't going to fuck with you and augment your trip in a negative way. You know, etc. With computers, we definitely could move that process online completely. Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure a lot of other countries already have that. Like, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe I remember having a conversation back when I was on DP, in the DP Discord with a German fan about taxes, and he was talking about how they just get a bill in the mail, like when their yearly or quarterly taxes are due. Like, it's all calculated for them. All their income has been calculated, and their percentage or whatever has been calculated, and they pay it. They just pay a fucking check, and I'm like, huh? We have to sit down and fucking either hire a fucking CPA to do it for us, or sit for fucking hours figuring out our own shit. It's like, what the fuck? How backwards can we be? I'm gonna hang up so much Christmas lights on my dorm. Nice. Yeah, but we need to fill our prisons with innocent people who made mistakes on their taxes, Paul. I mean, there's not a whole lot of people in prison over tax shit. There are people in prison over tax shit, but I'd wager a guess that most of the people in prison over tax shit are there for evasion of tax. And yeah, that'll get you in trouble. I don't know what to say. Trump was supposed to change the tax code to make it easy. Yeah, well, oops, didn't quite get there. But simplifying the tax code has been a presidential staple for a long time. They like to tell you, like, your taxes are too tough to do. Too much time, too much ridiculousness, too many rules. I'm going to simplify the tax code. You're like, sure you are, bud. Sure you are. Yeah, like people in prison for taxes. All right, if you took them as a group, the people in that group that were sitting in prison because they made a mistake on taxes would probably be like one or two people, maybe. I mean, I gotta be honest with you. Like, here's the thing: the IRS doesn't come and take you straight to prison if you don't pay your taxes. You have to like not pay your taxes for years and years and years and continuously make money that's not tax free and not pay your taxes. Like, if you haven't paid your taxes in like 6 years, you might be in some fucking trouble. Yeah, I mean, tax convicts are like, I don't mean to be mean about it, but Scotty and TJ's dad was a tax convict, right? A rich guy who evaded his taxes and went to prison for it. Those are the people that go to prison for tax evasion and shit. Most people don't even make enough money in this country to have to pay federal income tax. And that's the sad truth. Like, most people end up owing nothing at the end of the year because they didn't make enough. He's not going to be dragged out of no office. Dude, he's already softened it up. Somebody had a fucking talk with Trump, and then you notice, like, the transition started. All the rhetoric is softened. It's continued, but it's softened. He's just prepping everybody for his slinking out of office and his last ride on Marine One. Like, he's done. He knows he's done. I tell you what, dude, the legal challenge, if there ever was one, that Trump was trying to put up, the multiple legal challenge front, ended the day that Rudy Giuliani sprouted an oil leak in front of everybody. When Rudy Giuliani's Just for Men gel started dripping and running down his face in the middle of a fucking press conference about how, like, they have a bunch of facts, but they're not going to tell you what they are. That was it. It was over. At that point, it was over, man. At that point, you may as well have just, like, been like, all right, well, I quit early. We'll just let Joe Biden come and start now. Imagine having the mollusk as your lawyer. I know. Yeah, his servos were leaking and shit. It was so weird. That whole press conference was so fucking weird, dude. There's like some woman that was like some religious woman that was chastising all the media for asking for facts constantly. And then Rudy stepped up and did the same and sprouted an oil leak or two. Fucking ridiculous. Like, for me, I look at this shit and I remember, like, the decorum of politics when I was a kid. Maybe it's a good thing that some of that is gone. But, dude, there would never have been a person sweating fucking hair polish down their face back when I was a kid. It just never would have happened. If it would have happened, your political career probably would have been over. I saw people's political careers get scuttled for way less, you know? And now the new normal is that shit just happens every day, you know? The fucking inmates of the nursing home have taken over the asylum, and all the weird old people shit that happens to old people is now, like, just part of our new political normal. Our fucking government is one big senior moment, writ large. Isn't it funny? One great big senior moment, dude. One great big, what was I talking about? Where did I put my teeth? I think Trump claimed Giuliani was the only lawyer that could represent him. Well, that was a dumb decision. Rudy Giuliani is batshit and has been for a very long time. I drank a 6-pack and did some benzos. I've got sunglasses on inside. That sounds about right. Rudy sinks every ship he steps on. Yeah, he do. Big train. Had 2 big engines pushing it. Yeah. Howard Dean went, yeah! And his political career was ended. You know what I mean? What's it hauling? I couldn't tell this time. More closed shipping containers. Where did I move to? All right, I'll just fucking tell you guys, dude. The moon. There's all kinds of shit up here that they haven't been telling you about. The moon. all kinds of shit up here that they don't tell you guys about. They tell you guys that it's nothing but fucking lunar dust and chunks of rock up here and shit. There's a whole ass. I mean, you guys have seen. Look, I got a barrel right here on the moon. You guys can hear like trains going by on the moon. So come on. Come live here in Ireland, dude. I would. I honestly would, man. Like out of any place in the world, Ireland calls me the most. Like that's top of my list for a place to visit, and the reason is so stupid. Well, not the entire reason, but the reason really is kind of like pretty basic. The minor reason is that I have ancestry in Northern Ireland. Strong, recent ancestry from Northern Ireland. So I feel a kinship with that area because my people came from there. But the real reason that I want to go to Ireland is because I watched the movie Far and Away with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. And in that movie, Tom Cruise plays a young peasant farmer whose father is killed during a minor uprising against one of the landlords that had taken over the country. And he swears vengeance upon the landlord that owned his father's farm. Oh, aye, that's right. Do you ever think of doing more of those audition reads on YouTube just for fun? The one from the recent episode was great, and I would love to see more. Oh, you're talking about the monologue. Yeah, dude, working a monologue is a lot of work. Like, I worked that monologue hard before it ever got filmed. That was my go-to audition monologue for like 3 years. So, you got to understand, like, you really want to, like, perform something. I mean, I'm not saying it takes 3 years to learn a monologue. I'm just saying that that monologue was the result of 3 years of refinement. I miss that Wallace and Gromit cartoon where they travel to the moon and get cheese. Yeah, me too. Have you ever read Marx? I've read a very, very, very cursory amount of Marx. A very cursory amount of Das Kapital. Not a very deep dive of a read at all. So I would say pretty much no is the answer to that. Marx is dry, yes. Hey, Paul, you ever checked out any solo stuff from the Ween guys? Dean and Gene have some dope stuff. So yes, yes. I prefer them together, but Gene Ween in particular, I really like his style, his solo flair. The wash is out, it's hanging up, and all I have is nothing. Am I Wallace or Gromit? I don't know. I really feel a kinship with the early humans. I feel my ancestors lived on a beach by the ocean. Maybe they did. I mean, I know that I've got British and Irish ancestry. And then if you go back further, Scandinavian ancestry, German ancestry, and French ancestry. What that means is that there's a good chance that my family for a lot of years worked the sea. And that would explain why I have such amazingly good sea adaptation. Like, I can just live on a boat. I can step on any boat. I can ride a boat through a big storm. I don't get sick. I get good sea legs really quick. And I don't get the fatigue that some people get being on a boat. So there's a good chance that that's because, you know, for a long time, the people in my family worked the ocean. The oceans and mountains call to me. My ancestry is all North Sea area. I go kayaking at least once a week. Yeah, dude, I haven't been out in nature other than this, here where I'm living, in fucking forever, bro. The ocean particularly calls to me. I love the mountains too, but the ocean is really... Yep. Paul, sailor of the seven seas, has no masters and goes where he please. Ireland and Britain share a history with the Vikings from the 8th to the 10th centuries. Dublin was even built by Viking settlers. Well, the strongest proof of my ancestry through DNA is in County Dublin. So, there you go. The strongest proof of my ancestry through DNA in England is in County London. And then I have some ancestry in County Kerry in Ireland as well. So you'd rather be a beach bum than a mountain man? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, if I had my absolute choice. Now, see, here's the problem. Living near a nice stretch of beach, you got to have a lot of money. I don't have a lot of money. I make okay money doing what I do, but nowhere near enough to rent a place down by the beach. You know what I mean? So the mountains will have to do. That explains why my Scandinavian side of my family has some British in it. Oh yeah. Oh dude, yeah. The what was it in like 1046 or it was in the tens, like 1046 or some shit. The Vikings basically invaded the British Isles and the northern coast of Europe, the European continent. And they set up settlements. They fucking raped and pillaged. They set down roots. Some of them became citizens of those countries. Some of them just pillaged those countries. And yeah, so Vikings have they're spread, like a lot of people in Europe have lineage traceable to Vikings because of that reason, because they used the rivers. They would float in from the ocean and go in the inlets of these rivers that run across, Great Britain or Europe, like the Thames or the Blue Danube or whatever. They'd float up these fucking rivers, right? The Seine, and they'd show up with 3 or 4 longboats and just pillage these little river communities. You know what I mean? Harold Hardrade's failed invasion marked the end of the Viking Age around 1066. I think mostly the 800s to the thousands with the day of the Vikings. Thanks for I don't really know. Like I had a feeling that I was wrong about that date. I think the date was more that I was remembering was closer to the end of the Viking Age than the beginning. So you're absolutely right. Thank you for correcting me. In 1066, William the Conqueror conquered England. He was a descendant of Vikings who settled in Normandy in France, yes. I'm not going to play Assassin's Creed Valhalla, no. Or at least not for a long time. Because I recently, and I say recently, like 6-8 months ago, finished up Assassin's Creed Odyssey. And I've watched a couple people stream Valhalla, and it looks like a reskin. I mean, it doesn't even look like a reskin. It just is a reskin. It's like, okay, it's the same thing, but in Viking. And I'm just like, I can't do it that quick. I learned that Vikings could only sail downwind. They had to paddle if they wanted to go upwind until technology allowed the ability to swing and angle the sails. Yeah. Dude, Vikings were hard asses, dude. They were straight up hard asses. They did not give a fuck. They were seafaring hard asses. For sure. They just pump those games out like crazy. I know. I played 1 and 2, and then I kind of tuned out of the series for a while, and I jumped back in with Odyssey because it looked like a cool setting. But then I looked into it, and there's like one in Egypt that's the exact same, and then there's this Nordic one that's like the exact same. They've got this newer game system that they're just reskinning over and over again and charging people $70 for. And it's like, No, thank you. Heard you like Crusader Kings 2. They made Crusader Kings 3, and it's pretty good. Yeah, I'll get it eventually. I really did like Crusader Kings 2 a lot, so um, I'll get 3 eventually. Would you ever want to learn to sail as I am learning to do now? Sure, man. You know, if I ever found myself in a place where I could take sailing lessons and stuff. I know a little bit about it. Like, I'm a decent crew member on a sailboat because I've been on them. So, you know, I've battened down the hatches or whatever. I've swabbed the poop deck. I've swung the yard arm. You know, I've done a little bit of that shit. I had to be told what to do, but I could do it. I could do it. I'm a black and white heritage. Don't know my African heritage due to slavery, but my white side is English, German, and French Norman. Yeah. Well, we probably share a lot of distant ancestors then on that side of your family. I'm kind of having the same trouble. I'm doing the ancestry.com shit, and I'm finding all kinds of crazy shit about my family. Divorces that I didn't know happened, and then remarriages and shit. It's all there, right? And so I've traced my ancestry, my lineage back to a single ancestor from Northern Ireland, and that's where it kind of stops on my mom's side. On my dad's side, I've been still working the tree, and I keep getting more updates and keep building that tree out. I know that eventually my dad's side traveled here as well. But as far as I can tell, on my mom's side, it's almost like my family tree dead ends on this one ancestor from Northern Ireland. And that's all the information I have about him. I have that he was born in about 1790 and was from Northern Ireland. And then my family tree just kind of dead ends there. I'm hoping, because I got the international version, I'm hoping that something will turn up about him while he was in Ireland and give me some idea of where he planted and who his family was there. But once again, the census is different in different countries. I don't even know if Ireland had a census at that time. And a lot of the data that I'm able to find that was able to trace to him came from United States census takers. How much does that cost? I think it's like $15 a month or something like that. Granddad used to rig the ropes on sailboats and had hands as hard as rocks, dude. Any person that's been a sailor their whole life is going to have rough fucking hands, because you're absolutely right. You're handling ropes, you're handling timber, you're handling the raw deck. Your hands will be leather if you're a seafaring person. Hope you looking at pipe tobacco. I actually did. Amelia and I made a quick order. We got ourselves a couple of starter corncob pipes and some tins of tobacco and such. They're in the mail, so we're hoping to try those out. Paul, how's my favorite crazed madman doing? I'm doing okay, man. Do people get into smoking for any other reason other than it's cool? Probably not. No, I mean, that's why I got into it. I didn't even have like the exposure that a lot of people have. Like, a lot of people that smoke had a parent that smoked, or a very close relative. I had some relatives that smoked, but not enough to really plant it in me. My parents never touched it. I never saw my parents smoke a cigarette ever. But for me, it was like, the moment was I got away from my family for a while. I went to a summer school that was basically like a college course. It was at a college in Valencia, California called Cal Arts. I stayed there for about 3 months. And when I showed up, all the cool kids that I wanted to be like and be friends with were all smoking Jarums, the old clove cigarettes. And that's how I got started. Smoking cloves and smoking menthols. And by the time I came back from that, I had a, half a pack a day habit, working on a full pack, and I was 14. 14. You can't, it gets kind of hard to get cigarettes at 14. You should be glad that happened to you, Brianna. Honestly. You should be dead ass glad that you smoked and got sick and it put you off of it, because a lot of people smoke and don't get sick. They get sick later from what they get from the smoking. I'm too traumatized by my grandmother's death by lung cancer to smoke. Oh God, yeah. Though I have no excuse. My grandma on my mom's side died of cancer. My grandma on my dad's side died of cancer. Heart disease on both sides of the family. Like, I have no excuse to be smoking. I smoked one cigar and I also had the same reaction. Got sick and never smoked again. That's good. You're luckily allergic to cigarette smoke. That's nice. Paul, as a Wyomingite, what's your thoughts on the people online saying that Wyoming doesn't exist? Well, I'm proof that it does. Here I am. The beautiful state of Wyoming. Smoke about a pack a day. If I'd save that money up instead, I'd probably just buy smokes with it. Yeah, probably. My dad is currently dying because of cigarettes, but I still smoke cigars from time to time. That sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear that. I smoked a Black and Mild the other day. First time I smoked tobacco all year, and it was great. Yeah, see? Like, I wish I could just enjoy, like, that's what I'm hoping with the pipe shit, is I'm hoping I can kick the coffin nails and get onto something it's still destructive, but that more becomes about the enjoyment of it than the necessity to constantly feed my lungs nicotine and shit. Sit out here, smoke my corn cob pipe. Why not just smoke blunts? Dude, I was talking the other day about how much I miss spliffs. Like how much I miss, because we used to roll a lot of spliffs when I was a kid, because, you know, like money, you got to stretch the weed out. So we would, you know, get some loose tobacco and roll spliffs. Should wear Southern Plantation owner get up when you smoke that pipe now. Going for my own look, man. Can you get tobacco in Wyoming? Why, yes, sir, that you can. Ever made something with your hands? I have this wish to make something, but I don't know what. Not really. I did a lot of projects when I was a kid with my dad. My dad's a real handy person. Like, he can build anything. He's one of those types of people. He can fix any machine. He can build any structure. He's just got that kind of like knack, you know. And I don't. I used to do stuff with him, and I'd helped him with stuff. But as far as me ever having the drive, initiative, or talent to look into like really building something with my own hands, nah. If you can say the following in the Japanese English accent, I'll love you all time.
Skill, the goal of all the life, is the death.
Is that what you wanted?
Skill.
I think if you force yourself to smoke it from a bubbler, it'd help you stop. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not too concerned about it, but it is a concern, for sure. I love cool fidget toys. That infinity cube is great when you want to keep your hands busy. Yeah, that's true. That's true. True that. Did you try and look for places in legal states? I did, but I just couldn't find one. Do you miss the original DPP? For sure. Like, if you guys couldn't tell while I was on that show that I fucking loved that show and would have taken a bullet or stood in front of a bus or laid down on some train tracks if I thought it would have made that show better, then I'm sorry my passion didn't come across. I loved the show. Absolutely. Absolutely miss those days sometimes, for sure. Wee. Diamonds on my chains glow. Every 20 minutes change clothes. I had a meal before the label, just so I could say so. Money made me do it. I said rest in peace to Yayo. He in a better place though. You'll never see me lay low. Just so I could say so. Money made me do it. I said. Never tried hypnotherapy for smoking, no. The only DP episodes I watched were the ones you were a part of. Personally, you made the show for me. Well, that's very kind of you to say. I appreciate that. DFF should fire Paul and recruit Philly the Bridge. Dude, I'd be fine with that. As long as my replacement is Philly the Bridge, then I'm fine with that. DFF is better for sure. Catching DP live is a different experience, though. Yeah, I mean, live shows made a whole lot of sense back in the day. They still do, to be quite honest with you. But I can totally get that. Like, it's a different feel. We wanted that. We wanted to make a different show. And one of the things I love about DFF is that it was born in a storm of absolute controversy and naysaying. If you go back and look at the comments on our first 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 episodes, it was filled with people telling us that we would never succeed, filled with people telling us that we would make 2 or 3 episodes and then realize that we had made a mistake and go back to DP, or make a show that was just a clone of DP. You go read it, you know. You don't have to take my fucking word for it. Go read the shit, you know. And all of us as business people looked at those things and decided to push through them. Decided it was time to cut ties with the people that wanted us to be 24/7 drama hounds that were covering these ever more irrelevant minor internet personalities and the stupid shit they were saying. And that's it, you know. Like, we refused. And a lot of those people went on about their business and found something else to watch. And the ones that stayed seemed to, by and large, really love the show. It's a vindicating thing. You're still saying that in the comments? Well, you better not let me catch you saying it, because I'll ban your stupid ass. So you better whisper it in the fucking comments and hope you say it during a time when I'm looking off at the fucking sky or this tree over here or some shit. Because if I see it, I'll drop the hammer on your fucking head. Never really cared for DP all that much, and I've watched DFF since its inception. DFF is great. I appreciate that, yeah. The only segment I really miss is Crazy People. That's the segment everybody misses. That's the segment that I'm the most glad I don't have to do anymore. I actually got into DP in 2016 because I had a friend show it to me and became a ritual to get drunk and watch it live. Those are some of the best memories, man. Nostalgic. Eric the Fed lives on. Eric the Fed died, man. He's dead. Paul, I'm trying to grow my hair long. How long did it take you? So this is 2 years without a haircut. So you're in, if you want long hair, you got to be in it for the long haul. It's been over 2 years now since I had a haircut. It's been over a year since I significantly trimmed the beard. I trimmed it back probably a couple of inches about a year ago, so to about here. People always ask me that shit. Like, how do I get long hair? How do I get a beard? It's like, stop getting your hair cut and stop shaving. Some people's hair doesn't grow long. It grows out. Yeah. Like, I have really thick curly hair. You guys can see. It just sits there. Some people have hair that grow, like my beard. My beard doesn't really grow down like a wizard's beard. It grows out. You know, it gets fuller. So, you know, some people can't have super long hair or super long beards or whatever. It just is what it is. Yeah, 2 years. 2 years and change now, man. Beard hair is usually the same as nut hair. Yeah. Pubes. It's the same as your pubes. Triggered by the same growth hormone. Did you ever straighten your beard? Nah, dude. How do you get past the awkward pube hair chin? You push past it. You let the whole thing grow out. You trim as you have to. You know what I mean? You go through and you do some trimming here and there so things stay uniform, and you let it grow out. Still stuck with the bare chin. Everything but the chin grows. I think you had the same thing. Yeah. Well, I had a thing where the hair on my chin would grow, and the hair over here, like I could get mutton chops, but this connective hair right here was what it took forever to come in. Like the mustache and chin hair came in really quick. I had like the Van Dyke for a long time. Like I think in that White Guilt Paul picture, I had just shaved a Van Dyke. Like, so like, yeah, I used to keep like just in fact, in my early videos, you'll see it too. Just the chin and mustache hair. And then when I was in high school, I just have mutton chops for a while. But this right here, this hair right here that connects from the chin hair to the mutton chop and shit and creates the fullness of the beard, that's the shit that it took the longest to come in for me. This shit wouldn't grow in right until I was in my 30s. Were you able to grow your beard like this when you were young? No, I just answered that. I liked DP, but I liked DFF better because you go more in depth on certain topics. Well, that's what we wanted to do. I mean, we wanted to create this kind of topical show that we never got bored of because we could take any tact that we want. And that's what we did. Dude, this is cool. I want to show you guys this. I'm looking at this right now and I want to share it. See that log there? See how it's like sputtering with the sap and the kind of juices that were still inside of the log because it's kind of hanging out. I love that shit, dude. That's so cool. It's like sap and just liquid that was inside of the log, and it's bubbling out of the top. Scrape it off and eat it. It looks pretty hot, bro. I don't think I want to eat it. Does it smell nice and piney? It just smells wonderful. Dude, I've had a fire out here every day for the last week. It just smells great. Interesting fire pit contraption. This is actually the drum of an old washing machine. People make and sell these, by the way. Check Craigslist for one if you want. They make fucking amazing fire pits. You see how they have like the holes all around and shit? All they do is they put these legs on them, and then you can buy them on fucking Craigslist for like 60, 70 bucks. That's what I paid for this. But yeah, this is the tub of an old washing machine. Makes a fucking perfect fire pit because they're stainless steel. So this will never warp. This will never burn. You know what I mean? Are the holes just so the fire can get more oxygen? Yes, that, and so that it chucks heat out towards me. So like I'm sitting here, right? Here are my legs, and it's chucking tons of heat out the side here because all the heat escapes through those holes. So it's really good to sit around because it gets the whole area real warm at the floor level. Yeah, I was going to get one of those big freestanding propane heaters, but then I was talking to my stepdad about it because he has one back in California on his back porch. And I was like, what'd you pay for that? Where'd you get it? And blah, blah, blah. And he was like, dude, I got to tell you, where you're moving to, you should look on Craigslist for one of these. And he kind of showed me on his phone. We were on FaceTime. Showed me on his phone that he has one of these. Like the washing machine barrel burn pit thing. He's like, dude, you could put that right out back and just, you don't have to worry about the propane and shit. I was like, fuck, well, I'll look when I get there and see if there's one for sale. And sure, there was a bunch. There's a dude that had like 6 of them for sale, and I went and snagged the one that I liked the look of. And that was that. Plus, while making fun of idiots on YouTube is fun, making fun of bad movies and idiots in Hollywood and politics is funner. Maybe for some people it is. What you have is probably more safe. Probably. I mean, it's great. It's a great repurposing of a piece of junk that probably would have just ended up in a landfill, you know? Somebody stripped this out of an old washing machine and figured out, hey, I can bolt legs to this fucking thing and make a nice, like, off-the-ground fire pit that keeps 99% of the flyaway ashes in and radiates heat really well. It's great. You ever gonna talk to Vosh again? The door's open. Sure. He's got my fucking contact info. We're buddies on Twitter or whatever the fuck. And he's told me he'd like to have me back on, and I told him let me know when. So I'm not gonna go chasing after Vosh. If he doesn't want to have me on again, I'm cool with that. Can you grow weed where I'm at? No comment. Now all you need, Paul, is a pipe and a bearskin coat. I know. I got the pipe in the mail. So I need a bearskin coat. Yeah, the guy that played Vader died today. Well, the guy that was in the suit for Vader died today, yeah. Unfortunately, DP has become nothing but a lol cow show. I'm not here to talk shit about DP. You know, those guys are still fucking ex-coworkers of mine. They're still people that are in the same game that I'm in, and I gain nothing from pooping on their show. And I that's one thing I really wish people would stop doing to me. I'm not trying to denigrate your $5 donation or whatever, but I wish people would stop putting me in the awkward position of having to read their comments about, like, talking shit about a show that I have no ill will towards, that I just told you guys I fucking love. Right? When I was on that show, I loved that show. I gave tons and tons to that show. I never said no to that show. I don't watch that show anymore, but that's not a referendum on the quality of the show. It's just I don't watch other people's shit. I just don't. If you guys saw my fucking subscription list on YouTube, you'd probably laugh. Oh, dude, is it Johnny Bumpins? He's not bumping too hard this morning, though. Oh, he turned it up now. Johnny Bumpins, dude. Where are the trains? One just went by not that long ago. There'll probably be another one in about 20 minutes. Hold your horses there, partner. Used to have a sub list in the 300s, reduced it down to 30. I think I've had a sub list that's under 100 since the inception of my channel. I'm still subscribed to people that haven't made videos in like 8 years. I keep my circle small on YouTube. I just don't watch people. How did you find out about TJ first? I always wondered that. Can you tell us? Through the manatee. No shit. The manatee gave TJ a shout out during the early days of his channel that really helped TJ get a leg up and get in front of more people. And I was one of those people. What's up, Phoebe? About to do a crazy split dye, neon green bangs, and black on the rest. You ever think about dyeing your hair? I don't think I could pull it off. I think it'll look dope on you, though. So, good choice of color contrast. Ashley liked to color her hair like that a lot, too. She would have, like, purple bangs or blue bangs and pink hair. And it looked cool. I just don't think I could pull that shit off. You know what I mean? If there's no DP, you wouldn't become friends with TJ and Scotty. There'd be no DFF. I mean, yeah, absolutely, dude. That's the truth. I mean, DP is part of my history. It's part of my lineage. It's a piece of history that I'm, by and large, proud of. I don't have a lot of glowing pride in some of the stunts and stupid shit that I did on that show, but what that show was and the audience that show maintained and what little part I played in that, I have a lot of pride in that, for sure. Kim Possible vibes, huh? I definitely helped the cute goth e-girl look. Well, for sure. If you're going to be a cute goth e-girl, you've got to have the two-tone hair. No, I don't really want to dye my hair. And one of the reasons why, honestly, to be frank with you, is because I lived with Ashley for a while, and she dyed her hair all the time. And I saw what it did to her hair. Like, her hair was pretty, but it would dry her hair out. It would get all crispy and hard and cooked and shit. My hair's really healthy coming out of my head, and so I don't want to fuck with that, you know? And I just really don't think I could pull off, like, a colorful hair thing, you know? I don't think I got the look. How did you find the manatee? That I don't remember. To be quite frank with you, I do not remember how I found the manatee. I was on YouTube in the olden golden days, like 2006, 2007 YouTube. and I stumbled across the manatee somehow, and I watched one of his videos. And see, this was back during the era where the manatee was plagiarizing from websites that were pretty obscure, like atheism.com or whatever. He'd find some article buried there, and then he'd just read it like it was his script, and he'd put these like imagery behind it. We didn't even know what the manatee looked like, so all we heard was that smooth voice situation, reading some really smart stuff about atheism and philosophy, science, religion, and evolution. And I caught this guy, and I was like, whoa, here's a guy that's an atheist. He's just making videos about it. That's cool. And then he was actually like one of the more popular atheists, one of the like pioneering atheists of YouTube. And he was a big shout out guy. Like he would be like, "Oh, go check out the amazing atheist." That's how I found TJ. It's like, there's a new kid making atheist videos out here in the situation. His name's TJ. He goes by the amazing atheist. You should check him out. Link in the description. I was like, okay, well, I'll check him out. Boom. Found TJ. I don't even know if it was libertarian TJ. I found TJ before his libertarian phase. Like, dude, I'm an old school TJ fan. I found TJ within the first like 6 months of his channel's existence. I think it's even before that. I think it was like in the first 2 to 3 months of his channel's existence I started watching. I used to watch TJ back in the garage vid days. Well, his first videos were all garage vids. And he would stand there, and he had this real frenetic kind of energy about him, and he'd pace around that garage and rant and rave. It was cool. He was doing it differently than anybody else was doing it. Most people weren't even showing their faces back then. And so to have somebody that was just like out in a garage fucking ranting and raving at the wall, I don't think he was a libertarian yet back then, no. Do you think the manatee stays up at night perpetually suffering from existential dread, knowing he's partially responsible for TJ's popularity and by extension yours and Scotty's, but he remains poor? I don't think that the manatee is smart enough to connect all that up. I think that the manatee likes the prideful feeling that he created TJ and thus created all of us. But I don't think that the manatee connects up with the fact that we have surpassed him by a million miles. You know what I mean? I think he still thinks he's like this old wizened grandfatherly figure that we all go to for advice when we need it, us young whippersnappers. I don't know. I don't know anything about what Brett's up to. So you're asking me about his gourdless phase. I really don't know anything about what Brett's up to on that front, but it doesn't shock me to hear that he's an atheist again. I mean, the cycle, dude. What did I teach you guys back on DP other than the fucking cycle of Brett Keane? It's the only, like, in my opinion, it's the only constant in the universe. I know that we have all these other constants that science has found. The second law of thermodynamics and the law of gravity and yada, yada, yada. But I'm telling you, really, the law of the cycle of the manatee, that one is unquestionable. Unquestionable, dude. How many subs did the manatee have at his height? At his peak? I don't know, man, but you gotta remember, like back in 2006, 2007, a minute amount of subs now was a huge amount of subs. So I remember when I hit 500 subs, I was a big channel, not a huge channel, but 500 subs was a big channel. Like all the big channels knew who I was. They would, repost my videos or comment on my videos or do breakdowns of my videos and shit. And so back in the day, 500 subscribers was big shit. And I think Brett Keane topped out at like 2,000 back then. And it was a while before TJ topped him. TJ had like, for the first part of his channel, and he had pretty explosive growth, but it took him a while to get to that level. And then once he got to that level, he just kept adding, 2,500, 3,000, I think I topped out in that era at about 1,000, 1,200, I think, somewhere around there. And Yeah, right around that era, I can remember TJ being at like 4,000 or approaching 5,000 subscribers. So it was really, for that time, that amount of subscribers, 4 or 5,000 subscribers. Well, that's the thing. In 2006, 2007, 4 or 5,000 subscribers got you a place in the top on YouTube. You didn't have to have 20,000. 4 or 5,000 would get you a place in the recommended or the top videos on YouTube. So, yeah. When I say the Manatee had a couple thousand subscribers, that's not a diss. Like back in that day, that was a lot of fucking subscribers. $2,000 subs back then was not quite like a mill today, but it was like having like 50,000, 60,000 subs today, probably, in terms of like, you know what I mean? Your ratio of popularity. So I would say, yeah, like 2,000 subs back in 2006, 7, 8 was like having 50, 60,000. 50,000 subs back then was like having 1,000,000 subs. I remember the biggest guy on YouTube for a while was, what was his fucking name? We covered him on DP too, because his channel just fell off. Fuck, I'm trying to remember his name. He was a dude that just did like family vlogs and shit. Like positive. No, Ray William Johnson was way out. Renetto. That's it. Renetto. Crowned pleb remembers. Renetto was the biggest guy on YouTube back in 2006. Shay Carl wasn't even a thing yet, dude. You're thinking like those people that you're mentioning, like Shay Carl and Niga Higa and who was the other one? Like Ray William Johnson. Those types of commentator channels didn't come around until the 2010s. Yeah, Renetto was the PewDiePie of YouTube back in the day, and I think he had like 50, 60,000 subscribers. And everybody was like, whoa, is it? Like, the possibility to have that many subscribers was mind-blowing. Because, like, I remember when I got my first 100 subscribers, I was like, I made it. I made it. And you know how I got my first 100 subscribers, too? Shout out from the Manatee. I had about 20, 30, 40 subscribers, 50 maybe. Got a shout out from the Manatee. I had 120, 130 subscribers. Started my channel. Gave my channel the legs that it needed to get noticed by the other big YouTubers, and I started collabing with people and making video responses to big people. That's how it happened. Now you get over 200 people watching you every day at a time. I know, but it's different now, Like, this is paltry for a live stream number, You got to get like 5,000 people watching you to have a real crazy fucking live stream on YouTube. This is nowhere near that. This is a small, intimate fucking live stream channel. Did it take guts to make your first vid? Yes. Yes. I was really uncomfortable. I did it on a whim. Like, I did it because I wanted to be involved in the weird atheist community that was developing. I love rewatching your first video. Hey there, amazing atheist. Hey there, amazing atheist. Paul Zico here. And I just wanted to... It was horrible. I was really, really uncomfortable in front of the camera. It was very different from being on stage. There was no audience feedback. There was no direct performance. It was very, very strange. It took me a while to get into that. That's why I did so much theatrical shit in the early days, because I needed it to foster that connection for me, because my performative voice is very much rooted in live theater. And so I had to find a way to translate that performative voice to this. And really it involved just treating this, even though I can look up and see that there's not a fucking human being within a mile of me, I have to treat this like I'm sitting in front of an audience. And it was hard to make that connection. I'm starting to get back into making videos since I've got a set yet again. Any advice for a street performer? Yeah, you're gonna need to get yourself like a good newer smartphone if you don't have one. You need to set up a rig to film yourself from a pleasing angle, and maybe even look into a lav mic to plug into your phone. so that you can mic up either your instrument or yourself or both, it's going to do wonders for the quality of your videos. Like busking and street performer videos, always, well, not always, most of them suffer from really shit audio. It's okay to have the ambient sound of the city around you. You want to hear that in a busking video, but if you can get good, crisp video and find a clean angle on yourself where people can see you sing and play your instrument and get a lav mic, that's what I would do if I were you. You could make direct reply videos, yeah. Oh, for those of you that wanted the train, here's one going by. He's going by slow because I think he just did the interchange over here, but there you go. Paul, what's your most embarrassing incident caught on video? Embarrassing incident. Embarrassing incident. Embarrassing incident. I mean, I've done some embarrassing shit. The duty stain challenge. I wasn't really embarrassed about the face plant into the door. You know, the dominatrix, yeah, being ball gagged, sitting next to Pimp Monk in a gimp mask. That was pretty embarrassing. Getting one of those mile-long trains. Those come at night here. During the day, I get shorter burst trains, but at night, I get those long trains that take like 5 minutes to go by. I was super Irish atheist back in the late 2000s on YouTube, peaked at 2,000 subs, had a few good dramas back in the day. Wouldn't tackle YouTube now, though. It's changed. Yeah, I mean, YouTube really is a small part of what we do. It's our distribution platform now. All of our channels are functionally demonetized. I don't get any ad revenue on this channel, even though I get ads all over it. I've been demonetized for years on this channel. Same thing with TJ's channel. Same thing with DFF. Our channels are completely and utterly incapable of making money. We're not part of YouTube's algorithm in the way that other videos are. And so we really can't grow here. So our growth strategy is to try and reach outside of YouTube and to use it like what it's good for us, which is just a place to house our videos that we can point people to. The ultimate goal being setting up our own distribution platform where, you know, our YouTube videos kick people to our website, which has a nice slick interface, good streaming, but it's all just our shit and shit that's under the banner of Pessimist Productions. But as it turns out, making a functional website in concert with a functional app is not the easiest fucking thing in the world to do. Shocker, I know. What do I need? I need a log. So I can stoke this bad boy a little bit. Then I need some of this bark. And maybe a small log here. Throw that on there. That should get shit back in order momentarily. Woo. You ever done a long Amtrak journey? No. I've never traveled a really long time by train. Amtrak. I always thought that was just a California thing, but I guess it's not. Yeah, I've never really taken a train journey to speak of. I've been on trains, but for very short periods of time. I'd recommend it if there's no sleep involved. You don't recommend it. Yeah. I don't think I could sit on a train for like 28 hours just next to somebody I don't know. Like, that sounds not great. Wish I could make a fire and relax, but I'm in the capital of my country. No fires in the city. Is what it is, man. What are you going to do? That's why I moved. one of the reasons I moved. I was living right in the heart of the city under all the restrictions of that. I lived in an apartment complex that wouldn't even let me have a little barbecue. Not that I would have wanted to have one on the second floor, but you get my drift. The people on the first floor were constantly getting fined and shit because they had barbecues. And now I sit out here every morning and wake up to a nice little fire that cuts the chill out of the air. And then at night, I sit out here with my fiance and start another little fire that knocks the chill out of the air. And me and Dinor and her sit out here and smoke and talk and just have a good time. It's great, man. It's a very slow elemental existence. Like I've had some time off recently. I just moved and I took some time off for the move so I'd have time to settle in. We're right back to the fucking grindstone Monday, tomorrow. And we'll be doing our 6-day-a-week shooting schedule until we put back what we've taken over the last few weeks. It worked out kind of shittily, but really good for us, too. Scotty had a trip that he went on right before I moved, so he was gone for a week. So we did basically no main show shooting that week, and then I moved about a week after that, after he got back, and we took another week, that being this last week that's gone by. And we actually did film. We filmed Flash Fried on Wednesday, but we haven't done a main show filming in quite some time. Well, a couple of weeks. So, but we've got 3 months worth of shows in the bank. So there's that. We're going to put those back, and then we're going to go back to our more normal shooting schedule. And at that point, I can really start working in earnest on some of the side projects that you guys are always asking me about. Are the rest of the episodes edited? They will be. So I'll let you guys in on that. We've hired our first full-time editor. That's Baffa Cakes. And he's been doing our edits, but he's one editor, so he can't really keep up with the pace of the show coming out 2 times a week, every week, no exceptions. We need a second editor for that. So we are in the process of hiring our second editor. We did a big push for editors in the community, probably I want to say it was almost 6 months ago. And we got over 250 responses from people who filled out the whole fucking application. We narrowed that down to about 22 people, or maybe less. I think it was like 17 people. And of those 17 finalists, we're slowly but surely adding editors from that pool. And so the next time that we meet, which should be next Tuesday, we're going to be hiring our second editor, hopefully. And once that happens, and we've got those 2 editors working simultaneously, you guys will never see an unedited episode again. Well, that's a fucking fantastic sign. If you have a business and you're adding employees, it means that your business is growing. It's a sign of growth and positivity that you're adding employees. And so, we have now we've had employees for a while. Taylor is technically an employee of the LLC that the podcast is under. Zandalar Cryptoducius was one of our employees for a while before he died of a horrible staph infection. Right in front of us all. It was terrible. Just kidding. We fired him. Who else has worked for us? We've had various employees over the course. Most of the people that we knew, mostly people that we know in our lives. Chelsea's done paid work for the show. Ashley did some paid work for the show back in the day when I was still with her. But as far as having full-time monthly employees that have deliverables to us every month, we've added our first, and we're about to add our second. Tell the Zandalar story. There's really not much to tell, dude. Number one, let me tell you this. When you're in business, it doesn't behoove you to shit talk anybody, even somebody that you don't think is ever going to be in your orbit. So I don't do that shit. I don't shit talk people that I've worked with in the past. We had to let Zandalar go because he wasn't doing what we asked. He wasn't living up to his side of the bargain. And so we had to let him go. And that's all there is to it. He was fucking up. He was missing work. He was showing up late and shit. And we don't tolerate that, We're businessmen. If we're there and ready to shoot, he needed to be there, and he wasn't. And we put up with it for a little while, and then we had a talk with him about it, and it kept happening, and he got fired, and that's it. You know, and I'm not judging his life. You know, he had a lot of life circumstances and shit. I don't know all of them, but I know that he was having a tough time of it, so I don't judge him for that, but I also don't judge us for making the decision to let him go. He was adding no value to the show, so he was subtracting. He'd become a problem, so he had to go. That's all there is to it. There's really no hatred or disrespect involved in that. That's just the straight shot. And that's what you have to do when you're in business for yourself. It's like you hire a person, and I think most people, they want to be friendly with that person, but you really can't. You really can't. My dad taught me when I was really young. One of the things that he said to me, I'll never forget, is if you're ever somebody's boss and they think that you're their friend, you're not doing your job. Got to unpack that a little bit. I'll say it again. If you're ever someone's boss and they think that you are their friend, you are not doing your job. That doesn't mean you have to be an asshole. That just means that you keep a fucking distance between the people that work for you and yourself. You don't allow yourself to get caught up in their problems. Their problems are not your problems. They're your employee, and your problems are the problems of your business. And when it comes right down to it, as much as I like a person, if they're fucking with my money, see ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. I don't like my money fucked with, and that's just it. Like, I've never been in business for myself until now, and now that I am in business for myself, I can tell you right now, the thing I like least in the world is having my money fucked around with. I don't like people being funny with my money. You know what I mean? I'm not driven by that shit, but this is my business. The health of the business, that's the blood that flows through the business's veins, is that money. Sorry. It's the way it's got to be done here, man. A true capitalist indeed. Hey, you got to play the game. I always quote Derek Jensen when people call me out for being an anti-capitalist who engages in capitalism. It's not the fact that I engage in capitalism that you should shame me for. It's the fact that I'm not out there tearing down dams. And you should shame yourself for that too. So we're both in the same boat. I have no choice but to participate in the society that I live in. I do not have the means to move to another country, and I was born here, and this is the country that I know. Now, at some point, I may have the means to move to another country, but right now, I do not. So I have to play the game, and this is the game that I play. That's just the way it is, dude. Isn't that one of the intrinsic problems of capitalism, though? It's a good mantra to keep in order to maintain distance between you and bad actors, though. I mean, yeah, I understand, but, what are my choices? I could be the greatest little anarcho-capitalist or anarcho-primitivist in the world, but if I didn't engage in the capitalistic drive to spread my message and to get a wider audience, I would be speaking to 10 of you if I was lucky, you see? It's hard to screw a guy over and be his friend. I guess, you could look at it that way. I honestly don't think we screwed over anybody that we've ever fired. We've never fired anybody without cause. And employment is a contract that I've been under my whole fucking life. It's like if I went to fucking back to the day when I was working at Starbucks, right? I did that for 8 years. If I just started not showing up or being late every day, they would have fired me and found somebody who could show up. And should I have been salty at fucking Starbucks for that? Maybe. But yeah, no, it's crazy. But like, here's the thing. I've been prepped for that kind of relationship my whole fucking life. I'm a great boss. I'm fair. I'm even-handed. I'm direct. And I don't put up with shit. I don't draw things out. If somebody ain't working out, I let them go. I'm a great boss. I do well by our business. And I add a lot of value to our business with the experience that I have being people's bosses. And now that I own my own business, I'm every bit that much more harsh with my own principles about how a business should be run. Ever give someone a bonus? I give myself bonuses. Say I work for myself. So me and the guys will bonus out every once in a while. Paul has the Pinkertons on speed dial to crush the workers, yes. Isn't the only way that capitalism will end through collapse? That's always how change occurs. I mean, yeah, probably. Do I think that's going to happen tomorrow or today or next week? Probably not. But yeah, collapse is imminent. How you doing, baby? I didn't wake you up, did I? You were snoozing pretty good, so I just let you do it. He wouldn't come out with me.
He just was stuck.
When I was up this morning and I came out here, I was like, "Come on, buddy," and he was late, curled up next to you. He's fine. He's just checking over there. I'm watching him. I'm watching his little ass. How you doing, old man? Dusty D. Dusty D. Anarcho-businessist, yeah. I guess so. No, man, I'm telling you, like, those of you out there that have never owned your own business, you never know what being protective of a concept is until you own your own business. Not really. Like, I'm so protective of what we do, and it pisses me off when something fucks up that's out of my control, or that was in my control that I slipped up on. I don't kick myself for it. It just makes me seethe when things don't work out. And it plants a seed in me to make sure that the next time things do work out. And if there's an employee standing between that, those two extremes, then that employee is gone and replaced with somebody who can facilitate what I want in the business. And that's all there is, It sounds fucking harsh, but that's the way you have to be.
Like with a babysitter. Wouldn't trust a babysitter that showed up later.
Sure. You come home, you find your babysitter all cracked out and passed out on the couch. You're probably not going to hire that babysitter again. You know what I mean?
Your business is your baby.
Exactly. No, it totally is. TJ, Scotty, and I simultaneously gave birth to this beast like three years ago, and I have dedicated my life to it since then. Everything that I do is for it. And it'll be that way until this show exists. And whatever I move on to next will have that same passion behind it if it's my own. Now that I've tasted this, there's no way I'm going to want to give that control back to somebody else. Being your own boss is fucking liberating in this culture. I don't like the capitalistic fucking participation that I have to do. I'd rather not. But living in the grip of this culture, it's liberating to work for yourself. Absolutely. Self-propagating subsystems of a given supersystem tend to become dependent on the supersystem and the specific conditions that prevail within the supersystem. I think I understand that, but not really. I think you spoke over my head, but just over my head. It blew some hairs on my head.
Just knocked your brain.
Yeah, it just didn't quite get it all the way through the brain pan, I'm a plain-spoken guy for the most part. I've got what good vocabulary that I have comes from my time in theater more than anything. I'm not a, real well-read scientific mind or anything. So whatever you say. Paul, if you were on the Titanic, would you jump into the water and freeze or go back inside the ship and accept death and go down with the ship? Fuck if I know, dude. Put me in that position and I guess we'll see.
It was more complicated than that. Like, all the poor people couldn't get up.
Well, yeah, a lot of the poor people were just like locked down in the boat. So it's like, would I have been one of those? If so, I wouldn't have had much choice, right? They went down with the fucking ship, and that's that. Coolman, I'd survive the Titanic. I'm just built different. Yeah, for sure, dude. A true alpha. If you pick a spot that stays dry underwater, you would die by the air pressure. Well, yeah. What? Yeah. You're talking about if we were deep underwater, but there was like a bubble of air around you, yeah, you would be crushed. And that bubble of air would collapse explosively, and your body would be torn asunder by it. Have you interacted with any Wyoming townies yet? No, not really. I don't like interacting with people I don't know, so I tend to avoid it.
Even the DoorDash were like, shoo.
Yeah, the guy. I have the excuse me. I have the instructions on DoorDash set for like, leave it at the door, and when they knock and I look out my people and they're still standing there, like I'll tell them like, you can just leave it. Thank you. Don't want to see you. Bye. I really hope that Dune is as good as it looks in the trailer. So do I. But we're going to have to wait.
You talk about the game that you got?
Oh, yeah, dude. So there's this Dune board game that I wanted to get for a while. And I picked it up last night for me and Amelia to play. It's like an early Christmas present for us, I guess. But it looks dope. It looks like so much fucking fun. So I can't wait to play that shit. Wonder if the Dune RTS holds up. The old school one, I played it on the Sega Genesis, and it was great. I don't have much experience with the later Dune RTS that came out with the full motion video and shit. I've watched people do playthroughs of it, and it looks fun, but I didn't play that one. I played the old school. Actually, Dune on the Genesis is considered by most people to have invented the RTS genre. It was one of the very earliest RTS games, maybe the first. And I really recommend playing that if you can get your hands on it. Well, you can. It's an emulator, yeah. I'm not 100% sure about it being the first game to codify the RTS, but I'm pretty sure it was. It's great. Speaking of Dune, have you ever seen the new Dune graphic novel? I actually ordered the first book. The second book of the Dune graphic novel isn't coming out until 2022 after the fucking movie. So go figure that shit. But yeah, I ordered that the other day as well. It was like, I don't know, $14 or some shit. So I'm looking forward to it. I also ordered the fucking Baron Harkonnen action figure that Todd McFarlane made. I'm not even a big action figure guy, but I wanted to have that. And it shipped the day that we moved to my old address, and now I'm just crossing my fingers that my old address forwards it to me. Because it's sitting over there. I mean, I lived in an apartment, so there's a good chance that they'll forward it to me. There's also a good chance that they'll just open it up and keep it for themselves and claim that it never came. Especially considering I used to live in Louisiana, right? The land of the scam. Scamland, Louisiana. Give 'em the old razzle-dazzle, razzle-dazzle 'em. Waiting on the board game Go to come in the mail. Trying to record my buddies and I play. Cool. Yeah, this Dune game looks like a lot of fucking fun, bro. It's for 2 to 6 players. So if I can find a couple other people eventually to play with, that'd be dope. I even got the expansion pack that lets you play as the Talaxu. I was like, yeah, I want to play the Talaxu for sure. I played Herzog Zwei too. Herzog Zwei. Is the Dune game digital? What other kind? No. I bought a board game. It's like a in-person board / card game that you play for 2 to 6 players. Yeah, I get what you're asking. I think it's in the same vein as Settlers of Catan, yes. But I'm not sure. I haven't learned it yet. All I know is that the reviews are all really high on it. They say that it's takes a little while to learn, but it's not super hard. And once you get into it, it's a really fun game to play. I wouldn't be surprised if someone ported it to Tabletop Sim. That's got everything. Maybe they did. I don't know. Since mushrooms are legal, will they be a source of inspiration for streamers or YouTubers? I imagine that they already are. I can tell you for my own position, I'm a YouTuber, and mushrooms are an incredible inspiration for me. I don't take them very often, but when I get to, I have an experience that I usually can relate to my performance. So. Give 'em the old razzle dazzle, razzle dazzle 'em. Read Ishmael first because it's shorter. Ishmael, you could probably read that in like 2 days if you at a leisurely pace. You know, Dune is a chonking book, and it's a series of 6 chonking books that if you really like, you're going to want to finish those too. So if I were you, I would read Ishmael first if you want to. Nail that one down. What do you think of If It Bleeds? I think I've heard of the game, but I'm not familiar with it. It's a game, right? It's like a multiplayer battle arena kind of game. I've never played it, so I don't have any thoughts about it. Or is it I don't know. I might be thinking of something completely different too. Ishmael is amazing. I know. Christ, okay, you got me on the anarcho-primitive kick. Yeah, hey, dude, be careful. It's a rabbit hole that once you fall down, you start seeing answers to questions that aren't answered by our culture and shit. You know, you look to our culture, even our scientists, for answers from it, and you go shrug, and you look at anarcho-primitivism and you go, okay, well, that's a workable answer. It may not be the greatest thing. It may be a step backwards in a lot of people's minds, but it's an answer to how do we preserve what little biodiversity exists on this planet and preserve it as a place where our species can live. Because our culture is in the process of killing this place. And when I say this place, I don't just mean the place that I'm sitting on. I mean the place that you're sitting on as well. What's the first thing that crosses your mind when you wake up? When I wake up, I'm usually mad, but I don't know what about. So it's usually just anger, not necessarily directed at anybody or anything. It's just kind of like seething, like I'm just in a pissy shit mood. But that, you know, I wake up, I'm up for 20 or 30 minutes, and I feel better, you know. Mad about waking up, yeah, probably. My best friend who passed away recommended Ishmael to me. I still haven't read it. I'm going to check it out today. You should. Like I said, it's a quick read. Very, very snappy narrative, very easily to follow Socratic narrative, very easy to understand concepts, and a quick read. Do you remember your dreams? Not a whole lot anymore. I used to more when I was a kid. Nowadays, it's kind of rare for me to remember a whole dream. D, I don't want you all the way off in that bush, man. And you don't want to be all the way off in that bush, neither. You're just going to get all kinds of cockaburs in your furs. Oh, Dino. Oh, Dino. Drink Gatorade before bed, and it makes them more realistic for some reason. Really? Oh, well, I'll try that. Ishmael leads me to doom and gloom outlook. Human civilization is how we persist, but it can't be maintained indefinitely. There is no human-friendly way for this to end. That's not true at all. It's just not true, man. It's unwarranted pessimism on your part. It's unwarranted doomerism on your part. There is an answer to this all. It's bad for humans, but it doesn't necessarily kill them. And what it leaves behind, hopefully, is a culture that doesn't have a death urge like ours does. It's another Jensen quote there, another Jensen concept. It's that we live in a civilization that is in the throes of a death urge. It's like we want our civilization to collapse. And that's defensible by just looking at the output of our civilization. More and more destruction, more and more consumption, more and more pollution, less and less equality, less and less privacy, less and less human dignity, less and less human rights, more and more and more taking from the environment. Take, and we're all a part of it. Every last one of us, even me, perpetuates it. I'm living on a piece of land that used to be open and wild, and now it's all fenced in for me to look at, like it's my little private fiefdom out here. And I look through my trees there, and I can see another house off in the distance. Somebody's done the same thing. You're talking about consumption while buying stupid board games and ordering Grubhub. So I need to quote it to you again. It's not that I participate in the culture that I live in that I should be ashamed of. It's that I'm doing nothing to tear it down. And you should be ashamed of that too. Your philosophy was definitely a huge factor in me switching my major from computer engineering to sustainable agriculture. When the collapse comes, you're welcome to be an old storyteller on my land. Cool. They used to keep old guys like me around on the land, and I see why. You know? I'm trying to remember what culture it was. Was it the Romans that used to have like an old dude that lived on the land, and he'd dress all funny, and he'd just be there to tell stories and tales and shit, and be like the old wise guy? And they kind of sustained him. I think I missed my calling. You okay there, sweetheart? Yeah, that's plenty. You don't have to do that at all. Our wood pile's not that far away. It just makes it convenient, so thank you. You're also doing nothing to minimize your effect. In fact, given your size, you seem to indulge as much as possible. I love it, dude. Yeah, all right.
There's a thing as fat vegans.
Yeah, dude, there's fat people all over the fucking place. The fact that I'm fat is not what's destroying this planet. It's the fact that we're all fat. How about that? So you want to bark at me about it, bark up everybody else's fucking tree while you're at it and spread the message. Am I afraid of the Rona? I'm not afraid of it getting it personally, but I'm afraid of passing it to somebody who passes it to somebody, and the end result of that chain being 5 or 10 people die that wouldn't have died. You know what I mean? I don't want to be a part of the spread. That's what I fear. I was a fat vegan. I actually stopped being vegan and got to be a healthy weight. So just get out of here with that shit. Look, I live more sustainably than a lot of people do. And I live about as sustainably as you can in the culture that I live in. You know what I mean? What are you going to do? I separate my recycling. What has a childhood what's a childhood nightmare you had? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to go into my childhood nightmares. Can we just not go down that road today? I'm on a kick right now, dude. You're trying to shift the stream into a gear that I don't want it to go into. I'm not feeling introspective about my childhood today. I'm feeling critical of the culture that's murdering the planet. Somebody got me on that kick, and I'm not going to get off of it. So you may as well tailor make your questions and commentary to it. What's that noise in the background? That is a bird. They used to exist in great numbers here, and now they are few and far between. There are stories about Paul's nightmares in the first videos of Highdeology. Yes, there are. That's why I'm kind of sick of talking about them, because I've told the story like 18 times. I can remember a few of my nightmares from when I was a kid, but I just am not interested in retelling the story. You can go digging for the deep lore if you want. It won't be hard for you to find. Speak in a Native American voice, like a stereotypical one. I can do that, but wouldn't it be like off color for me to do that?
Think of like the Fallout tribes. Like the Honest Hearts accent.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know, dude. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to get canceled. Have you ever entertained the idea of starting a food garden? We're planning on doing it this spring. Might not be huge, but a little pepper garden or something out here. It's a 3-engine train, so it's probably going to be a long one. Some dope graffiti, too. Got like train car after train car all graffitied up. These train cars must have sat in a big metro area for a while. You see a line of train cars like that, you know they came from like some big metro area. Somebody painted them all up. I think it's cool. Don't you?
You don't hurt it, man.
No, it don't. It makes it look cooler than the stupid corporate logos and bullshit that you see on most train cars. Like, the splash of color is really cool. One of the things I like about trains. They're always fighting it, too. You can tell, like, they paint over it on some trains and shit. And I'm like, why? Unless it said some off-color thing about your company or something. Like, why?
I mean, look how nice they are. They're painting the train. They're not busting into the car getting the goods.
Right. They're just putting their fucking mark on. Dude, damn. Some of those are dope at the end, too. Some sick street art. It's like a traveling street art show goes by every once in a while out in front of my house, dude. How fucking cool is that? Dude, those last couple of trains had some legit full panel art on them. I'm not going to show you. Can't show you, sorry. You probably wouldn't be able to see it anyway. It's a little distant for this camera, I'm pretty sure. But I ain't showing you no trains. I'm not stupid.
We need eye cameras. The exact thing our brain's processing.
Dude, that would be dope. But also really dystopian, because if your brain is recording everything all the time, then people are going to have access to it, you know? The government's not going to let you have some cool technology like that. Isn't there like a Black Mirror episode that's like that?
Yeah, where it's like you can rewind all your memories.
Yeah.
And pick certain memories.
Yeah. But other people are gaining access to other people's memories and shit. I think that's part of the dystopian thing of it. Let me go get a pack of smokes. I actually want some. You want some coffee?
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'll throw on some coffee while I'm in here. I think a cup of coffee would do me good this morning. Cup of coffee and a cigarette. is about as good as you can get. I'm gonna sit you guys down over here, okay, so you can look at the ceiling and my cabinets for a second while I take care of some coffee business. Won't take me long. Coffee and a cigarette. Hello, Cricket. What are you up to? What are you up to today, you little scamper? Dude, I'm gonna make you such a cool house out of that big box that my chair came in, Cricket. You just wait. I'm gonna cut a little door that Dynor can't get through. You have your food and some blankies in there, and then I'm gonna try and make you little platforms you can climb around on in there too. Cricket loves boxes more than anything in the world. You could buy him cat toys, and he might like them and play with them and shit, but he's gonna like the box that came in more than the cat toy, probably. And we have a giant box, and he's like obsessed with it. Right now, it's sitting in like the dining room with all the other boxes and some unpacked shit. And he's fucking obsessed, man. He wants that box in a big way. That, let's get some water going. This is weird. I think I have the same sink head here that I did back in Louisiana. I just noticed that. Pretty sure it's the same sink. Or faucet head, or whatever you call it. Alright, here we go. Coffee is sorted. That'll pop out here soon. What else was I gonna do while I was in here? I had another ulterior motive for coming in here. Oh yeah, that's right. Grab some of these. Adieu. All right, we're good. Cricket, you love that box. He loves that box, dude. Do a line of Coke. I don't do Coke. I just have coffee. I'll do a line of coffee for you if you want. All right. Remind me in a couple minutes, babe, and I'll go get us some coffees. I got it brewing.
I'll microwave it a little bit too, so it's good like last time.
Oh man, yeah, like when it's extra super like piping hot, something about it. Something about it. Something a little extra about it.
We just need to get a French press so we can actually keep it piping hot.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Oh, get in there. Where do you think the most livable places will be after climate collapse? So you're going to start seeing climate refugees. Well, you already are seeing climate refugees from coastal areas. Some of
Californians are doing a mass exodus.
Californians that live coastally are having a mass exodus to Texas now. There's this huge mass migration going on of people from California to Texas, and a lot of them are basically climate refugees. They're people whose jobs or living situations have been impacted by living coast to the coastal areas.
Cali to Washington, I have a ton.
Right. Same thing is happening where I grew up in the Central Valley of California. There are farmers are fleeing here and heading to other places with farmland because California has had this unprecedented drought that's gone on now for like 8 years. So that's just in the U.S. There are a lot of climate refugees from South America and Africa and India that make their way into Europe usually, running from just, they used to live in a fishing village and then there's no fish now.
Or just tourism, it has a lot of climate influence.
Well, of course, climate change is one of the biggest propagators and drivers of international terrorism. Because one of the things that international terrorism relies on is the desperation of people. It's desperate people that strap a bomb to themselves and walk into a fucking shop in the middle of Baghdad at 3 a.m. and blow it up, or fucking they have to have that desperation, and so it feeds that desperation. It creates the economic despair, or exacerbates the already existent economic despair of the area to a point where people are radicalized. People want to hear the imam talk about how dying for Allah is the greatest service that you can do for Islam. They want to hear about how they can fight back because they look at what their parents had in this area. Let's take our hypothetical fishermen. They look at what their parents had in that area and their grandparents, and they used to pull bushels of fish out of the river, and now the river is just polluted and there's no fish anymore. The fish don't come because they dammed up the river fucking 300 miles from where they're at. And or if they're ocean fishermen, there's just no more large ocean fish for them to pull out. Or their coastline has become inundated because the sea levels are rising. So you already see climate refugees, and that's just going to get worse. And it's going to start and be worse with people in the third world that are working more indigenous type of jobs that are reliant on the land base that's dying. People that are reliant on working the forests in South America, for example. There's huge amounts of migration from Brazil, all of the Argentina, Chile, fucking all the central parts of Central America and South America are in huge climate crisis because tons of these jobs have been replaced by giant factory farm monoculture. So people that used to work a fucking coconut grove down there, that coconut grove was bought by Dole and they were replaced by a foreign worker long ago. They don't own shit. They don't have any jobs. Nobody cares. And so they try and come to a place where people have a little bit better lot in life. And you're going to just see that increase as shit gets worse. I'm a climate refugee from California to Washington. California is going to hell in a handbasket. You ain't kidding, dude. I got family there. I talked to my mom on the phone. I hear her coughing all the fucking time because of the smoke that hangs over the fucking Central Valley. Yeah, people are fleeing. It's happening.
All of a sudden, like, Minnesota will start looking sexy to people.
Right. Australia. Somebody said the Middle East will be uninhabitable in the coming years. Australia is about to be uninhabitable. They just had the most unprecedented wildfire season of any fucking continent ever. Right? It makes what happened in California look like child's play. What Australia just went through. Australia isn't even in summer yet. They're actually like 2 or 3 weeks from summer, and they've already recorded the hottest day ever recorded. I'll say that again. It's 2 weeks out from summer, and they've already recorded the hottest day ever recorded in Australia in the history of recording temperatures in Australia. In the spring. It's happening, guys. Like, people are going like, oh yeah, you doomers and fucking saying the collapse is coming, but it never comes. It's happening, dumb fuck. It just doesn't happen like it happens in a movie. Reality isn't directed by Michael Bay, okay? It's slow and methodical and grinding, and it compounds and builds on itself and accelerates over time, and we're in the midst of it. And people are pretending everywhere around like we're not. I'm pretending like we're not. That call out earlier was exactly right. I'm sitting here talking all this shit, and I just went and bought a game to play. It's like, what the fuck am I doing? What are you doing? Hey, Paul, I worked on a low-budget indie film called Oops in the Night Remastered. It's the Space World channel. Would be awesome to see you watch. Well, I can't do it now, and I probably won't remember it. But hit me up on Twitter. DM me on Twitter, and I'll take a look. That's a better way to get to me, honestly. I'm much more apt to check that than remember something that's recommended to me here. But thank you. I appreciate the $5. And like I said, DM me. I've heard some climate scientists say this could strongly affect humanity in 2030. It's strongly affecting humanity now. Now. We just got done talking about how people are fleeing coastal areas and inland fucking areas that used to be verdant and are now desertified. We're so married to this fucking idea that it's gonna happen, but right now it's not. Like, it's not gonna be my generation. Dude, we're in the midst of it. We're in the midst of a mass extinction event. We're in the midst of a total ecological collapse on this planet. It's happening. It's happening right now as I speak. Sea ice is melting into the ocean. Sea levels are rising. Coastal areas are becoming more and more inundated. Like I told you guys before I moved from Louisiana, I was in the cone of 8 Category 1 or above hurricanes this hurricane season. My friends will be in the cone of another 2 before it's over. The last record was 6. 6 to 10 in 1 year. So tell me about it. I'm a climate refugee. One of the main fucking reasons that I left Louisiana was because I was sick of being in the cone of major hurricanes every 2 months for 9 months of the year. Not to get off topic, but when you were in your kitchen, it reminded me back of the time we made burgers back in the day. That's right, dude. That was a long fucking time ago, man. I was still living back in Cali, still married. Pranav and me go way back. Didn't I know you before you were a dad? I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure we played Diablo before your first was born. Yeah, we're old salts, me and fucking Pranav, dude. Where did you hide the ring? The only place I could hide such a thing, in my ass. He's 9 now, and my younger one is 3. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy, bro. Where did the time go? We got old. Holy fuck. Well, good eye, mate. You gotta throw another shrimp on the barbie? Is it a fine, hot spring day down there? Aye? 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 If only we had a bunch of stuff sitting around that we didn't want, we could meet our energy needs for millennia. Yeah, that's true. Yes, I am, huh? I was supposed to be there this week for my 34th birthday. Damn. I'm older than you fuck. You may have a 9-year-old and a 3-year-old, but I'm older than you, man. You may be wiser about changing diapers, but I got years on you, Pranav. 6 whole years of suffering. Human existence. Well, see you later, mountain man Paul. Have a good one. What microphone do you use in studio? I use a Rode Procaster for the mic, and it's plugged into a Rodecaster Pro, which sounds it's a little. They need to work on their naming scheme. But yes, I use a Rode Procaster mic, and then it's plugged into a Rodecaster Pro board. Happy birthday. I'm 34 as well. I spent 9 years in the Army Rangers, and my hair started getting white from combat PTSD. I've heard of that happening. I know that it's a real thing. The thought of me being a 30-year-old makes me sick. Well, better get used to it, because unless you're really unlucky, you'll get to go through that. And the 40, and probably the 50, and probably the 60 too.
Dude, 50 is the new 30.
Fuck. Don't tell me that. If 50 is the new 30, I'm in trouble, because I'm 40 and I feel like 40 is the new 60. So if 50 is the new 30, I got some work to do, because fuck. You get over being 30 quick. Dude, I never had a problem with it, honestly. I remember being all spooked when I turned 30. But then I realized, like, my day tomorrow is going to be the same as my day yesterday was. It's like I had it in my mind that all this new expectation was on me because I was 30. But then I realized that I had to take all that on myself if I wanted it, and I didn't. So I just went on about my life the way it was, you know, and
then once you don't have the, when are you going to give me grandbabies? It's better.
oh my God, that helps so much. When I finally just like told my family, like, I am infertile, I cannot make children, it was so nice because 90% of them immediately stopped with the grandbaby shit. You know what I mean? And then there was like a 10% that did, well, what about in vitro? What about this? I'm like, fuck that. I'm 40, dude. I'm done. I don't want kids. I'm my kid. I'm raising my inner child, okay?
And the boys.
And the boys, yeah. I got 2 boys in there that rely on me. I'm raising them. I'm bringing them up right. Bringing up them boys correct. Man, this is fucking good.
Just a little extra heat at the end.
This is so fucking good.
I did like a minute 30 for both of ours, so you can probably do a minute fresh from the coffee maker if you wanted to do it yourself.
Gotta pipe it up, man. Gotta pipe it up. Like how you call Dino and Cricket the boys. That's what they are here. They're the brothers, dude. The 2 little fucking brothers that run around and get into trouble. Yeah, go get some coffee. If you have some on hand, I'm having a good time with mine. Ever try meth? I tried meth once. I was in high school. I was 16 or 17. One of those 2. And a girl who I didn't go to a party with her, but we left the party together, that we were friends with, smoked meth on occasion. And she wanted me to smoke it with her. And I tried it, and it was horrible. I was up for like the next 19 hours feeling like I was having a major fucking meltdown panic attack, and I never touched the shit again. Where I came from, bro, meth actually ate that place alive. It's fucking insane how many people I know from high school that are meth heads.
What's that story you told on Wizard of Cause? That like a meth lab put Madeira on the map?
Yeah. So the little town I'm from was on the front page of the New York Times once in its history. And it was because the biggest meth lab to date, still hasn't been beaten, by the way, ever discovered, was pulled out from underneath an almond orchard in Madeira. The DEA or the ATF or whatever it was busted it, and it was on the front page. It's horrible. It was a horrible feeling. It was a horrible drug. I'm glad I took it once so that I know never to fuck with it again. You know what I mean? It's just not my type of shit. What's your favorite drug? Marijuana, probably.
I guess it's not the top dog no more.
There was a bigger one?
1.7 tons in Australia.
Oh, Jesus, Australia. What the fuck? Well, congratulations there, Australia. You've knocked Madeira off the map again. It's now a place that nobody knows about yet again.
I'm probably in America, though. It's still...
I'm sure it still holds the crown in America, but at the time, it was like worldwide the biggest meth operation ever to be busted. It was a huge bunch of underground bunkers and caves underneath an almond orchard. Fucking insane.
I don't know. I guess in America it's Paris, California now.
Oh, Paris beat us?
Yeah.
Well, that's a shithole. So
200 pounds.
there you go. Well, that's a fucking shithole. So good going to Paris, California. A place that I have only driven through and wouldn't stop in unless I fucking absolutely had to.
Plus 880 pounds of cocaine.
Jesus. Well, meth is awful here in Montana. Hopefully legal weed helps decrease its use. I really don't know that it will, to be honest with you.
It's totally different.
Yeah, people that are meth heads are chasing something that weed can't give them. You know what I mean? Weed doesn't make you like fucking hyper focused and hyper like productive and shit. A lot of meth heads get that way because it gives them the energy that they need to get stuff done around their house and at their jobs and shit. Truckers, people that sit control panels at factories all day, oftentimes have meth problems, just like people who have to have really attentive focus all the time, or people that work really hard jobs but still have a home and children to take care of. And so they get home from their job and they're exhausted and all they want to do is flop down on the bed and sleep for 18 hours, but they've got to make dinner, they've got a diaper to change, they got to fucking go pick the kids up from the babysitter, they got to go grocery shopping, they got to do their fucking yard, they got to do this, they got to do that, they got to clean their house. And it's like, where am I going to get the energy for that? Oh, this shit that I take makes me just bursting with energy for 24 straight hours. So I'll just do it on my days off. You know, I'll just take a toot on my days off and then I'll fucking clean my whole house and take care of the kids and shit. And then they start going, well, like, fuck, I'd be better off in my job doing this. And at that point, they're fucked. That's where people go from having a little chippy habit, is what they called it back when I was a kid. I don't know what they call it now, where it's just like, oh, yeah, I do meth, but every once in a while, maybe every, Saturday or something, I take a little toot and I fucking have a little buzz. They go from that to being daily meth users, and then their teeth start falling out, and they start prostituting themselves and selling everything they own and stealing from their families. It's horrible. It's a horrible, horrible fucking drug.
Or that, like, feeling bugs are under your skin and clawing your whole face.
Well, they pick at themselves to the point where it's just like they're bleeding all over their faces. Dude, there's this girl. I won't mention her name because she's clean now. I went to school with her. She was beautiful. Still is. But she got on meth, lost like 30 pounds, and she was a chick that didn't need to lose weight. She was perfect, right? Like, her proportions were perfect. She was nice and healthy. She ended up becoming rail thin, had sores all over her face because she was just picking all over her arms. She was just methed the fuck out. And it about fucking killed her. And, I'm happy to say that, like, I follow her on Facebook, and she's clean as a whistle now. Has a kid, has a job. You can tell by looking at her eyes that she's not on meth anymore, and that's awesome.
Still, the sad thing is, it's just like cigarettes. It just takes one breath.
Well, if you're ever addicted to a substance to the point of habitual use, you are addicted to that substance for the rest of your fucking life. Period, point blank. There is no getting over addiction. Addiction is a struggle for the rest of your life if you're ever addicted to a substance. So that is true for meth. That's true for coke. That's true for crack. That's true for heroin. That's true for alcohol. That's true for cigarettes. That's true for weed for some people. This is a controversial statement, but yes, there are some people who are addicted to and abuse marijuana. And those people, they won't go to the lengths that a crackhead will go to get a hit because marijuana is not addictive to that level. But there is a physical addictive component to marijuana. I experience it myself. I'm a daily marijuana user. I'm using it now. It helps my anxiety. It helps my depression. It helps my pain. But, if I'm taken off of it for a couple of weeks, I'm cranky as fuck and I hurt more. Now you extrapolate that out to the 1,000th degree and you're talking about a heroin habit or a fentanyl habit, right? These people, if they don't get their fix, they're going to die. They literally feel like they're dying, and some of them do. Your heart can just stop from cold turkeying opioids.
Or like even alcohol.
Alcohol. Oh yeah, alcohol. You can't come down off you can't just people that cold turkey alcohol that are straight up big time alcoholics are taking their lives in their hands. Point blank. If you are to the point where you're drinking too much, you need to go to a treatment center and be weaned. There are ways to make it safe for you, but an alcoholic will just die without it. I don't know what changed, but I can wholeheartedly say I'm no longer addicted to alcohol. Well, if you were ever addicted to alcohol, you're still addicted to alcohol, but you've conquered that addiction, which is great. But
You
you
just
need,
gotta watch out
you
for
have
those
to,
stressful situations, like if your mom dies or something, you gotta.
exactly. The reason I bring that up to you is not to invalidate the accomplishment of kicking the alcohol. Congratulations and kudos to you on that. But you have to think about it properly, bro. You're still an addict. All it takes is one fucking slip up. I'm just gonna go get one bottle. I'll go get one fucking 24 pack because I'm just so stressed. And then I'll be done. And then you're back in it, dude. You just have to look that way. If I start drinking, I can't stop. It's not good. I was like that in my 20s. I was a pretty typical binge drinker through my 20s. Now, I personally don't know that I feel that it ever rose to a level of alcoholism.
Like, probably the best measure is like, do you take it before doing anything else when you wake up?
I never drank alone. I never felt like I needed it. It was just something that I did every week with my friends, multiple times a week sometimes. We'd just get balls out drunk. And
like
then,
with cigarettes, it's like sometimes I'll have one before I even pee.
right. So I never personally felt that I was an alcoholic, but if somebody were able to take an actual record of all the drinking I did in my teens and 20s, they might come with a different idea about me. I certainly am prone to alcoholism. I have alcoholism in my direct family. So it's like, there's a very good chance that I was, at some point, a binge alcoholic. There are different types of alcoholics, too. There are functioning alcoholics, high-functioning alcoholics, non-functional alcoholics. There are binge alcoholics. There are closeted alcoholics. There are open alcoholics, because they can be that in this culture, because nobody, everybody drinks, so
Yeah, it's
hey.
like the football game. Beer.
Right.
Beer.
And so if I was an alcoholic, I was an unwitting alcoholic, which is another type of alcoholic. I thought, oh, I'm just doing this. I'm just partying, it's no big deal. I can drop this at any time. And luckily for me, I could and did for the most part. I have a beer every once in a while. The last big binge drinking episode that I had was kind of induced by a fucking game for the show. And while I had fun doing it, and I'm glad people had fun watching it, I told TJ, this is it. No more fucking drug use, stunts, no more fucking drinking shit for me. You can put fucking Scotty and Stevie through that shit, but I just can't do it anymore. The toll was too much. It was not only the physical toll on me, but the early toll it took on my relationship with Amelia. Like here,
like a whole week.
Right, she had been with me for like a whole ass week and a half maybe, and all of a sudden I come home so stumbling drunk that she has to fucking pour me into the bath and help me into bed and shit. And here she is wondering, like, is this my life? Is he gonna do this once or twice a week or a month, or what's going on here? And I had to let her know, like, I wanted to show her that I was fucking serious about it, because
Well, I was a fan of the show, so I'd seen you.
of course, but like you didn't know me, we didn't know each other like we know each other now. And so you're probably thinking, like, is this usual? Does Paul drink a lot sometimes and have to be brought home by Stevie and blah, 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 and yada, yada? Like, how much? I know you have those thoughts. You'd be silly if you didn't, because, you're moving into a situation where you're not 100% familiar with the person that you're with. And so I made it fucking clear to her, because the way I felt after that, not only because of, like I said, the physical symptoms, just like the shame of having to be taken care of like a big old baby. I told her, I won't never put you through that again, ever. And I won't. And even if it's good for the show and shit, I will not put Amelia through the point of, because like I can get drunk and not need to be taken care of. I did that.
Apologizing to Cricket.
Oh my God, I was a mess. I'm sorry, Cricket. I'm sorry, Dino. Daddy's okay. The water's too hot. I want it lukewarm. No, the water's too cold. It needs to be hot, baby. I'm sorry. No, dude, no. No, dude. Let's not. How about that? Paul has issues? Yeah. Who doesn't? Show me the person who don't.
No one's childhood's idyllic all the way through.
Fuck no. Most people's childhoods are straight up fucked up. That's just the truth. One way or the other. Not in the same ways,
Like even like the clean cut kids or whatever.
Oh yeah, dude. Here's one thing I learned. I had a clean cut friend who was always dressed to the nines, very polite, didn't cuss, wasn't really like a hardcore Christian or anything. You can just tell, like, came from a really wholesome kind of environment, right? Found out after high school and shit that his family was absolutely eaten alive with alcoholism behind the scenes. Both mother and father were alcoholics. Their house was a war zone. But on the outside, it was this beautifully manicured place that looked like everybody had their shit together in
Well,
it.
people get like OCD and anorexia and stuff because that's the only thing they can control in a situation like
Right.
that.
And so it's like, but when they came out the door, perfect little glass family. You know what I mean? So it's like you never know what's going on in people's lives, and I got to be honest with you. When I talk, and this is anecdotal, I haven't talked to everybody, but when I talk to people about their childhoods, most of what I garner is that most people had a fucked up childhood, in some way or another.
Or like narcissists for parents. Or...
Right. I mean, I mean, we could spend all day out here talking about the different ways a childhood could be fucked up, but I'm just telling you, it just doesn't seem like the idyllic 50s Leave It to Beaver childhood ever existed. It's fucked up. People are, and maybe that's good in some ways. I'm not saying the suffering and torture that some people go through is good. Let me make that plain. But it makes you a harder person going through a fucked up childhood.
You gotta learn how to cope.
You have to learn how to cope, not just with horrible things sometimes, but with other people and their wants and their needs. And you have to learn how to individuate yourself from it. And it also gives you this impetus and drive to leave the nest, which is something that seems to be trending downward now. People are increasingly staying home with their parents later and later. And while I don't necessarily have a problem with that, I do think that there are problems in personality individuation when you live with your parents and you're 35 years old. Because what have you never done at that point? You've never learned to pay a bill. You've never learned to fill out a fucking credit application. You've never learned to fucking go get a lease. You've never learned how to fucking work a job or drive a car. You know what I mean? Some people have varying degrees of that and are still living at home, but you get my drift, right? You're missing out on some spectrum of that human experience. Once again, got lost in my house and went to the wrong door. Got lost in my own house and went to the wrong door.com. Okay, here we go. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Need the charger because this phone is about to croak. I used to do these 100 to 0 streams and just say goodbye to you guys at 10%, but I like sitting out here. It's so cozy sitting out here that I want to just plug it in, you see. I want it all.
You want to stoke the fire before driving your chair back?
Yeah, well, no, it's probably fine. It's good. It's warmed up now.
Yeah.
We can let it get coaly, and then we'll stoke it back up tonight when we feel like it. But I'll scooch my chair back here. Let me set you guys down on the table here for just a minute. All right. Need that. Oh, I need that. I need this. I need this. And I need this. I'll put this next to me chair. That. I gotta have the vape, and then I need to bring these people too.
You got 20 babies.
Yeah, okay, there we go. Holy shit. All right, operation move to a different part of the patio has been completed. I need to just get an extension cord that'll let me reach. I keep saying that, and I forget to order. Can you just order one? Just get like a little 6-foot extension cable with male. It needs to be. No, it can be just like this, but it just needs one male end and one female end. That's all we need. The economy is deader than Brett Keene's career. Yeah. Good one, bro. Tee hee hee. T to the he. So true. I live with my grandparents. They both died 20 years ago, and the house was just sitting here, and my dad and I moved in. I mean, yeah, it happens. And like I said, I'm not standing in judgment of people living in those circumstances and shit. I'm just saying that, like, there are a lot of things about life that I would have never learned if I had stayed at home. And I'm telling you, I was on that trajectory. That's what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do with my life at the time my parents wanted me to be looking for a job was to sit around and play StarCraft all day.
You want that for your computer too?
What's that? Extension cable cord with male to female 8mm for my headphones?
Or just whatever. No.
What is it for? Is it a headphone extender? I don't.
It's 5.5 millimeter connector, 2.5.
Yeah, that's a 2.5 to 5.5 millimeter jack connector, so it would be for my headphones. I don't need it though. I've got plenty of slack on the headphones. Thank you though. Really want to graduate from college, but I can't do college and I have a job simultaneously. I tried, but I got so burned out quick. Sure, yeah, I don't blame you. I tried to do college in various states, both while I was working a job and while I wasn't. My first try at college was right after high school. I went to Fresno State University on a scholarship for theater. Full ride, too. Fucking crazy. And I didn't have a job, didn't have to have a job. My parents said I could stay with them through my college career, yada, yada, yada. Everything was great, but I just couldn't fucking hang with college. And years later, after I had a job, I tried to go back and do the job/college route. And like I said, I couldn't juggle it. And I made another couple more abortive attempts at that, culminating in one where I actually quit my job and tried to go back to school full time. And all that led to was enough clarity for me to realize I needed to get a divorce. So it was good. It accomplished something very positive in my life, but it wasn't me getting the schooling that came out of it.
I'm gonna get headphones too, so I can be in my office and not hear you. That's okay.
Oh yeah.
Just cheapo ones.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, make sure you get don't get cheapo ones. Here's what you need to do. Get a pair of Sennheisers or something over ear.
Yeah.
Because you want them to be closed, not open. If you get open, you'll be able to hear everything I'm saying through your headphones. So make sure they are closed over ear headphones if you're looking for isolation.
Because I can hear every word you say through your office.
I don't blame you. I think that the neighbors that I think can't hear me can probably hear every word I say. I'm loud. Yeah, so no, I don't blame you. Your office is right across from mine, and it's like when I'm in there working, you get to hear the show live, dude. But sometimes you need to work on other shit. No, yeah, get a good pair of closed over ear, not on ear, over ear headphones. And they don't have to be super expensive, but I would look at Sennheiser as a brand. They're always the headphones that I use.
These look like yours, so.
Let me take a look at them before you buy them, and I'll make sure you're not over or underpaying or over getting. This is $99 Sennheiser. Yeah. These are HD 280s. This is exactly what I use.
Okay.
So you get that. Yeah. That's actually my favorite pair of headphones because it's right in the mid-range.
Because yours is getting a little beat.
That's true, but we don't need to do that because the company will buy me a new pair of headphones. I'm just dealing with it right now because it's not that bad. But yeah, I've had those headphones forever though, and they're good mid-ranges. Like for the price point, they'll last you forever because you will only be putting them on and off once in a while. So yeah, those are good. You won't be able to hear a fucking thing I'm saying when you have those on, by the way. You put your music on or whatever, and you won't be able to hear him or Cricket or anything. You see how I am when you walk into my room and you'll start talking and I'll have to go like, huh? It's because it just isolates you. So that'll be really good for you. Some older people rent out places for cheap. They call them charity leases. Just keep looking. Go to churches and ask around. Hey, Paul, I always wanted to tell you about a movie I love called Frankenstein's Army. It's not a great movie, but it has an awesome use of practical effects you might appreciate. I've never heard of it. So cool. Like, once again, for recommendations and stuff like that, Highdeology is not a great place to do it. I'm sitting out on my porch on my phone, so I can't exactly take down a note, nor am I a note taker anyway. So if you really want to reach me with that, hit me up on Twitter. Get in my DMs. They're open. You can send me a DM. They're not open in the sense that I automatically accept every DM I get, but they're open in the sense that you can send them to me without being followed by me. So
No need to get offended if you don't take a recommendation.
if I don't take, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not promising you all watch it, but if you shoot me a link to a trailer or something in my DMs on Twitter, that's a way better way of getting me to check out a movie than trying to tell me here. I'm not trying to dissuade people. I understand, like, I talk about movies all the time, and I give you guys recommendations. You guys are trying to pay that forward, but it's just hard for me. I'm not going to remember the name of that after I'm done with this stream, so. You can send me anything you want. Will I watch it for more than 5 seconds? That's not on you. That's on me. You know what I mean?
No titties preferred.
Well, no. He was asking about, like, some goofy music video that he made. No. That is not saying DM me a bunch of titties and ass and dick and shit. I'm not looking for those types of DMs. I don't really answer those. Trust me, I have more titty than I can handle right here on hand. Yeah, no. I got to be careful with that shit because I, as a boomer, don't think of DMs that way. I think of DMs as like, oh, here's a movie thing, or oh, here's a suggestion for the show. I don't think of DMs as like the seedy underbelly where people send pictures of their buttholes to each other. But it does happen that way. That's how we got together. Sending pictures of our buttholes to each other. I feel like you, TJ, and Scotty would be a blast to go to a concert with. I'll tell you this, dude. Scotty's fucking pretty fun to go to a concert with. I've never been to a what I would call a legit concert with TJ, I don't think. But I went and saw Mastodon with Scotty. And dude, we were right there on the edge of the pit. Neither one of us are trying to get in the pit and get punched and fucking knocked over and shit. But we were on the edge of the pit, pushing guys back in. We stayed in each other's orbit for a while, and then he went off and kind of got separated from me. But we found each other after the show. He seems like he gets down like I get down at a concert, so that's cool. Definitely can vouch for Scotty being fucking a good dude to go to a concert with, especially if it's a band he's into. You would do some serious damage in a mosh pit. Dude, you don't know me all that well. My body is not all that fucking tuned to doing damage to anything other than itself. So what would happen to me in a mosh pit is probably like a torn ACL, a big old fucking ripped cartilage knee, or a back that I couldn't get out of bed for a week. That's best case scenario for me in a mosh pit, dude. I'm not a mosh guy. But I know how to be on the edge of the pit and shit. And I know how to fucking move with the pit so I don't end up in it. I've been to enough metal shows and shows where just pits open up that, like, you get a feeling when a pit's about to open up. And I know how to get to the fucking periphery of that if I'm in a standing floor show. I don't ever want to be in that shit. But I like being on the edge of it because it's a safety thing. You know what I mean? I know how to be safe for these people. I know how to scramble in on a guy that's on the outskirts of a big pit that's doing the fucking, whatever they call it, the whirlpool, and he fell down. People get trampled in that. So if I'm on the edge of the pit, I'm up under that dude's armpits, and I pick him up, and I fucking push him back into the pit. You know what I mean?
Or stage falling.
Stage diving and shit, yeah. I've never actually been stage dove directly onto, but I've been very, very fucking close to it. I really don't want that.
I had to like hand up someone at a Jane's Addiction concert. I had to like.
Yeah, dude, stage diving is so fucking like it's iffy for me, 100%.
You can't trust people.
Well, like when chicks do it, they're getting groped on groped on groped the whole fucking time, and it's just like that ain't cool. I've seen it happen. I've seen like because here's the thing: everybody wants to participate in that. Back Queen used to let fucking fans come up and stage dive, and you know back in the 70s and 60s they used to do a proto version of the stage dive, and like everybody wants to be a part of that, but women in particular have to like when they do it, and a lot of them do it for the first time, like because it's something you maybe get to do once in your life, and they're like, yeah, you know, and they just want to stage dive and be held up and not groped. And what happens is they get out there in the fucking thing, and all the dudes
And you can't escape it once you're
yeah, you're up in the air and they're lifting you back and trying to get you back on your feet. You got like 10, 15 seconds where just every fucking creepy dude in that place is feeling up your ass and feeling up your titties and trying to grab your pussy and trying to, you know what I mean? Just being fucking weird about it.
It's probably the best concert I've went to, though, Jane's Addiction.
I would like to see Jane's Addiction. I loved Perry Farrell when he was with Porno for Pyros, and I would love to see like a big retrospective Perry Farrell concert where he does some of his solo shit, he does some Jane's Addiction, and he does some Porno for Pyros, because that would be fucking dope. He's like a fucking like crazy multi-talented alternative artist from the late 80s, early 90s, mid 90s.
He had like a bottle of wine he was chugging.
Oh,
his
yeah.
Titties out like the second they came on stage. Titties.
Yep. No, Perry Farrell is like he doesn't fucking care. He's a rock star for sure. I love Jane's Addiction though. I'd like to go see him with you if that we can ever catch him, but I don't think Perry Farrell's probably got much longer because he lives hard. You know what I mean? So maybe he'll be one of those
He's
dudes.
Rich enough to get the like. I'll get a
The full
Chinese
blood transfusion.
liver transplant
Yeah.
or something.
The full blood transfusion once a month so that, you know, all the toxins are, you know, get some baby blood in him or something. I don't know. Maybe, you know, some of those dudes like Ozzy and Keith Richards. Now, Ozzy is really declining. But, I mean, to think the amount of drug abuse that guy did for him to still be making music is fucking awesome. Because he just did a song with Post Malone last year. So he's still making music. He just can't do the rock star shit anymore, and he's starting to kind of slip away. But that dude has done more drugs than the nearest 10 drug addicts on the street. And some people are just built that way. So it just all depends. If Perry Farrell is like a Keith Richards or a fucking Ozzy Osbourne, you know, then yeah, he'll be around for a while. Maybe we'll catch him. But if he's not, then...
If we even get concerts in the next 2 years.
Right. That's the, yeah, see, I keep forgetting COVID.
Yeah.
That the whole idea of going to a concert right now
There
is
was
just
one,
silly.
Like, everyone was in like bubbles.
I mean, hey, whatever, dude. If it's safe, I'll do it. But, you know, I think the idea of these big mass arena concerts, like, that's the sad thing is, like, if we don't get our shit together with these pandemics, those are a thing of the past. Mass sporting events, thing of the past. It's not just
Especially if we
COVID.
don't get vaccines up here.
Right. It's like COVID is this big trial run for the new normal. And you have to understand that we did fucking shittily, right? We did a horrible job containing this virus. We're continuing to do a horrible job.
It's probably going to be an annual vaccine like the flu.
Every state is currently on fire right now. Every state is currently burning up with COVID. They're all red. They're all in the red. Every state, even Hawaii, which had missed a lot of it due to its small island nature and very restrictive travel shit, is now eaten up with it. So there ain't a state in the union that's not eating up with it. It's having huge surges everywhere else on the fucking planet. And so it's just like, we may be some of the last people that got to go to see shit like that in that form. There's going to be some new way of doing it.
But it's going to be like stadium seating.
Right. Like, we may be among the last generations that ever gets to see that big kind of mass rock concert, which is sad. Because, dude, I'll tell you what, there's a band I'm not even really all that into, Panic at the Disco, and X was into them. And I went and saw them live, and that fucking concert blew my socks off. Electric fucking concert. Awesome. Like, it was the first time my boomer ass was exposed to the new lighter, which is everybody turning their phone on lighter mode. And at first my boomer instinct was like, oh, that sucks, man. Lighters ain't a thing no more. But then I looked at it and it was beautiful. And I was like, wow,
this is
And,
fucking
the
dope.
more bird fingers.
Yeah. No, dude, it was cool. But all the same shit that I had noticed at other concerts back in the day was still going on. Like I was standing there, we were on the floor kind of like standing. There were seats, but nobody was sitting, so we were standing. And we were way back off the stage though. And all of a sudden, dude, I was like, is that who's got the damn, I wish I knew who had the weed. I mean, that's just like a staple at a concert, dude.
At AWOL Nation, like right before that named addiction, there was a heavy.
Oh yeah.
thing.
Dude, it depends too. If you like here in Cali, all the concerts I've been to, danked out. Like before the band even takes the stage, like when they dim the lights and they're setting up the band, that's when you start smelling it in Cali, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like fucking Louisiana, I wasn't expecting it there. But I'll shit you not, man. About a fucking 15 minutes into the set, I was like, I have a nose, dude. I'm like Scooby-Doo. It's like, huh? Somebody's broken reed. There's some memes about that make me laugh. Like people like just suddenly looking startled, and it's like when you're in public, but you smell weed.
Oh, dude, at my work there was someone, and like, there was like, like 1,000 people there, so it's like, someone's got it. Someone.
Oh yeah, dude. It used to be way easier, but like back when I lived in Cali, when you go to a concert there, like the people are openly passing it up and down the line that you're in. It's like people want to share it, so they'll bring a big old fat.
You can't do that with COVID no more.
No, hell no. See, that's the thing.
Yeah.
That's part of the concert experience. In a lot of places, is like you get in there, you find out who's around you, because it's almost like meeting neighbors, right? Especially if you're really into the band. Before the band is setting up, you're getting in your spot, right? All the people around you are super fans. And so conversations strike up and you jump in, and all of a sudden you're having this big kind of like 5-6 person powwow about the band and what your favorite shit is. And then the weed comes out. You know what I mean? Once the lights dim and the security guards can't be seeing every little thing, then, and usually it's one of the people that you just met, and they're going to pass it to you. So it's dope. That's awesome. A Raiders game, for example, is another thing that I went to that I'm like, it'll never be like that again. I went to a Raiders game one time, tailgated with my mom, right? It was great. Drank a bunch before I went in. And then as I was going in, there's a gate where it's like no outside alcohol beyond this point, because you're going through the security check and they want you to buy their fucking $9 beer. And so I was already drunk, and I'm walking up, and I see these Hispanic dudes standing off to the side, and they've got this big bottle of something, and they're like, oh, no. And they saw me, and they were like, they just pointed out, I had a big old Raiders thing on, they were like, I bet he would finish the whole thing. And I was like, moi? What? Finish what whole thing? They were like, white boy, come here. So I fucking, when somebody says white boy, come here, I always go. Because something cool always happens afterwards. I've just found when I'm beckoned by white boy, come here, you go, because you're about to get some cool shit.
Unless you're in like the swamp of Mississippi or something.
Oh yeah, you might yeah, if you're deep in the swamps and you hear, hey white boy, come over here, you might want to run. But like in a big, mass setting where nobody can butt fuck you without consequences, yeah, you know what I mean. White boy, come here is usually a good thing. Anyway, dude says, white boy, come here. He says, we have tequila, but it's the special mixture. We got it all mixed up, and we're trying to finish it, and it's just gonna go bad, man, and we can't, dude. We're too drunk. Drink it. And him and his friends were just like, chug. It was a whole like,
At least an 8 or something.
well, like a vodka-sized bottle, like a normal size, and it had half of it in it.
Oh wow.
And I was like, I'm holding this, right? And this is pre-COVID. This is, once again, something you can never do again. Because like 18 people had probably just been like, woohoo! They hand this fucking thing to me, and I took about 5 seconds to consider it, and I downed it. I was just like, glug, 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 glug. Down she went. I just opened up the throat and right into the stomach, and they were like, fuck yeah, woo! And I went in,
and then regretted it because I don't remember that game. I had fun.
Didn't TJ have like some like Mountain Dew mixer or something?
I don't remember what.
Yeah.
Where was that?
I think it was at like a Manson concert. He had like Mountain Dew mixed with like Everclear or something.
Yeah. No, that's pretty common. You get a soda off in there, and you got the little fucking travel bottles that you snuck in, and you'll fucking make yourself a big drink. I don't like drinking at concerts, though, to be honest with you. I'll have a little sip of something and get a little head change, but I really prefer weed at concerts if I can get it. And in Louisiana, dude, I smelt it in the air, but wasn't nobody sharing around me. So I was like, man, that's tough. That kind of sucks. Did you black out? No, I did. Well, kind of, like memory-wise. I was told that I had a fucking great time, that I was gregarious to all the people that were around me, and that I made like friends with all the fans that were around me, and that I was cheering the game, and that I kept ordering beers. Like when somebody would go on a beer run, I'd be like, "Get me one." But all of this is third hand because I was pretty fucking much blackout drunk at that point. But see, that's the thing is like when I get to the point where I was when they brought me home, that's when I become a problem. But all the way up until like and into blackout, I'm just a big old nice guy that's like, I fucking love you. I like your shirt, bro. You want a beer? I'll go fucking get you a beer right now if you want a beer. That's my shit. That's like,
TJ's so cute with Chelsea when he's drunk.
oh yeah, dude. He'll just like he fucking will just give her poems of love and joy.
Or like, I'll fuck you anyone.
Yeah, well that's his poem though. I've heard TJ like at that last meetup. I heard we walked in and he was fucking 18 sheets to the wind. Motherfucker was gone. And I overheard him and he was like, Chelsea, I want to tell you something, baby. She's like, what, honey? She thinks it's cute, I think. So she's sitting next to him smiling. What, honey? It's like, I'd kill every motherfucker in this place for you, Chelsea. If you just tell me to do it, I'll fucking snap every neck in this place, baby. None of these motherfuckers matter. Just me and you. I'll kill every motherfucker on the planet. You just tell me, baby. Just tell me to do it. Watch.
I think he said like, I'll even kill Scotty.
Oh yeah, no, he meant, well, we were in the building. We were in the room. Scotty was in the building. He meant it. I'll kill every motherfucker in this room, baby. And then later on that night, I walked back in there and he was like, Pa. He was having a cry about something. And he said my name, like, Pa. It was like wailed my name. And I was like, what's wrong, man? He was like, fuck you. And I was like, what did I do, dude? What's wrong? What did I do? And he was like, why are you so good? Why do people love you? Why are you doing this to me, Paul? And so I was like, I'm leaving. I'm leaving the room. He's not. Yeah. And then when I started to leave, he reached for me like I was leaving him forever. He was like, Paul, come back. He's just telling me. Oh, man. He was great.
Bring a 24-pack of water and some snacks.
Yeah, the lesson there is like have a cutoff point and stop drinking at the meetups for me because I don't ever want to get to that. I could get to that point at the meetups, but I've never done it. I always cut myself off before I reach that point.
I mean, that was good. I said 3 and then the last one I had was like a shot of Fireball someone had bought for you.
Yeah. It was kind of touching, but then next time I walked in there, he berated me. He was in the middle of berating Scotty for something, and Scotty was drunk and getting kind of heated about it, and it was a good timing for me because as soon as he saw me, and he was like, fuck you, Paul. Who told you could walk up in here? You think just because you're on a show, you could be in any place? And I was like, I'm just getting my stuff, man. I'm going to take off. Yeah, you can take off, motherfucker. Everybody about to take off. I'm the only motherfucker in this room. Scotty about to take off.
Oh, and Peter.
Oh, Peter. Oh, my God, dude. He berated Peter so hard. I felt so bad for Peter. Oh, my God, dude. He went off on Peter. But he was going off on everybody.
But he took the first picture of us, too, Peter.
Peter did, yeah. He took our first, like, little selfie-style couple picture together. It's true. But yeah, no, Peter was there, and TJ was just saying the most awful. I won't even repeat the filth that he was saying to Peter. But he didn't care. Peter laughed it off, and as soon as TJ moved on to another target, I told him, I was like, Peter, you got to understand. He's like, no. He's like, I hear how he talks to you too. It's like, he's gonna say that to me. I was like, all right,
It's
Peter.
pretty dope for a fan to get TJ screaming in your face.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, he did. He screamed, "I am your king" at him. You are my jester. Dance for me. That was one of the things he was yelling in Peter's face. He's like, Peter, you're hilarious. Your existence is hilarious. It was just horrible. He was just saying horrible, unspeakable, filthy things to my friend Peter. But he was in the middle of a tirade. Like, he was saying that shit to me 5 minutes before that. Like, that's just
Did you
TJ.
go back to the venue?
Oh, yeah, the venue owners. Yeah.
And I thought, like, oh, this is the perfect time to talk to them when he's blackout drunk.
Yeah, the venue owner came in, and he was like, anytime. Like, I was sitting there, and I was sober as a judge. I was a little high.
Pretty high, though.
I was a little high, but I was, I can have a conversation and shit. And TJ's like, sitting there like this angry fucking Conan king on the chair. The venue owner comes in, he's like, guys, this has been really great for us, man. We're making a lot of money. Anytime you guys want to do this,
Or at least he had the strength to be like, I'm way too drunk to commit to anything right now.
Yeah, he did say that, but remember how he berated him first? He was like, he got all businessy, but he's drunk as fuck. Your green room back here is fucking gross, man. It's disgusting. I don't want to come back here because of that.
Oh, the first thing Chelsea did was stomp on a cockroach.
Well, yeah, but it's Louisiana. We were in the fucking French Quarter. It's like that's the Louisiana hello in the French Quarter is you stomp on a roach. It is what it is. He's like, this is fucking disgusting. I'm not gonna come back. And the guy was like, oh, I'm sorry, man. We'll have it cleaned up better for you guys, but it's like, it's all we got back here. But we can clean it up. We'll make sure it's super clean for you guys. But we like really had it. And I was trying to talk to the guy like, yeah, it'd be cool to do another one here. I don't know if we'll do it all the time because, people fly out for these and they're not going to continuously do that.
They
But
thought that like everyone was local.
right. They thought that we brought like 400 locals
Yeah.
to their bar and sold out their bar on a Saturday night, and they were like, we can do this next weekend. And we were like, I don't think we can do this next weekend. We do these once in a while, And I was trying to tell him that, but eventually TJ did sober up enough to tell the guy like, I'm far too drunk to have this conversation. You have my contact information and my brother's contact information and Paul's contact information. You give us the contact information. And the guy got it, and he was like, okay, all right. Chelsea's personality low-key gives away what a softie TJ is in real life. Dude, I'm not, and this
like
is...
an armadillo or something.
I got to tell you guys something, and this is probably going to blow your fucking minds. And I will back this. Chelsea is one of the nicer people I've ever met in my entire life. But when you get to know Chelsea, she's also one of the most fucking harsh motherfuckers you'll ever meet. She'll cut you down to size in a second, dude. She has this cute, gregarious, loving exterior that's really a part of her. She loves animals more than anything in this fucking world. You can just tell. It radiates out of her. And the animals love her because of it. She'd walk up to a wounded-ass lion and be like, it's okay, Simba. Calm down. Let me see the thorn in your paw. She's that type, right? But if you cross her or somebody she loves, she'll leave you where she finds you. Click, click, boom. She does not fuck around. She'll leave you where she finds you. She's crazy. Like, in a good way.
Oh shit, someone mentioned the TJ ripping off a Coke later.
Oh my God. I don't even want to bring that up. Here's why I don't want to bring it up. Because, like, look, dude. I'll tell you why I don't tell that story anymore. Because I was telling that story on DP one day for, like, the umpteenth time. Mm-hmm. Because when you do something that stupid and you're on a show like DP, you're going to get fucked on for infinity for it. That's just the way it was. And I was making fun of him about it. Yeah. And I looked at the look in his eyes and on his face, and I could tell he genuinely felt sorry for what he'd done.
He didn't realize that was like attached to their skull.
Not well. It's not it's magnetic. Yeah. But when he pulled it off, that guy had to spend an hour of time that otherwise he would have spent having fun at the meetup, going back to his car to recalibrate it so that he could hear.
Oh, like if he had broken it.
Right. He just happened to grab the magnetic part that has the part that plugs in and pull it out. And the guy, dude, I watched it happen. The guy was like, "Oh!" It hurt. And then TJ handed it to him and he ran out of the fucking venue. And when he came back, he told me, he was like, "Dude, that sucked." It's like, it took me an hour to recalibrate it. You don't take that fucking thing out. Like, I do that at night when I go to sleep, and then I put it in the morning and I recalibrate it every morning, and that's it. So, but the reason I stopped fucking, like, harping on TJ about that is because I saw in his eyes, like, he was genuinely sorry for that.
He just had never seen one.
He'd never seen one before. He didn't know what it was, and he's that type of person. That's, he was very drunk. He was very, well, that's the thing, is like TJ, normal, like sober TJ or stoned and about town TJ would never do something like that. He's way too antisocial. Drinking TJ, though, he'll steal your hat off your head. And you'll think he's joking. There was a dude that he stole a hat off his head. He was a guy that came from Canada. It was at the Dayton. What was it? Dayton that we did a meetup in? I don't think it was Dayton. Was it Dayton? Dude, deep lore help. I need help. We did 2 Ohio meetups. We did Columbus and we did, was it Dayton? I don't think it was Dayton. Toledo. Thank you. Thank you. Toledo. And this dude came down from Canada. And he was a school teacher, and he had this cool, like, safari-style hat. You've probably seen TJ wearing it. He stole that thing off that dude's head. And the guy was like, he laughed at first, and TJ walked around with it, and then just walked away from him. Yeah. And he came to me, and he was like, "Is TJ going to give me my hat back?" And I was like,
"You ain't tackling TJ at 6'6", 300 pounds.
I didn't even answer him verbally. I just looked at him, and I was like, and he was like, "Fuck." He's like, "I got that hat in Australia, legit. And I've had it for like 20 years. And I was like, "Probably shouldn't have worn it to this meetup." It's like, "Man, that's fucking fucked up." And I was like, "I'll talk to him about it, but you're probably not going to get your hat back." And so I talked to TJ about it, and he walked over and made some, I think he bought it from the guy. Oh, yeah. But the guy didn't want to sell it. Mm-hmm. But TJ just gave him some money.
Yeah, what are you going to do with someone 6'6", 300 pounds? Like, my hat.
I mean, he could have probably fucking made a beef about it and called the cops and shit. There was another dude at that same meetup where, so TJ's destructive like that. Like, he's a klepto. He does it to me too at the meetups. If I'm wearing a beanie, he'll walk by at the meetups. So we don't, like, you were at the meetup, so you saw how we are when we're out, and we usually spread out. Like, we'll come together every once in a while, but we spread out. Like, I'll be over here, and people will line up to kind of talk to me and take pictures and shit. TJ does the same. Scotty does the same. So we're all kind of spread out.
We went through 3 shirts of sweaty hugs.
Oh, my fucking God, dude. It was brutal. But TJ will walk by me, right? I'll see him walking up to me, and he'll give me that, like, "Sup?" And I'll be like, "Hey, TJ, what's going on?" And he'll just snatch the beanie off my head, put it on my head, and put whatever hat he was wearing on my head. Mm-hmm. And he's like, to him, that's like fair exchange. Mm-hmm. And I'm just like, what is this sweaty shit on my fucking... It looks like ridiculous. Who did he steal this from? But yeah, there are beanies I'll never see again, you know? They're just... But this is actually a TJ. See, I started doing it to him. When we lived together, this is a TJ beanie right here. This
you got that skull cap, too.
Yeah, this Neff beanie is one that I stole from TJ because he stole one of my fucking Pig Wheels beanies and was like appropriating it for like a month, and I saw this laying around and I was like, well, fuck it then, joink, and I still have it. And he still has a couple of mine too. It's just the way it works though. It's for him, hats are like community property. He says that all the time. He thinks that as long as you give a hat, you can get a hat. You know what I mean? Basically. Yeah, I did when I was a kid. I had lice. That shit was no bueno, bro. Do you ever have lice as a kid?
No.
You never caught it?
But like there were outbreaks where they were like, big announcement over the intercom, do not.
Dude, I got it bad. Yeah. My mom noticed me scratching my head one day when we were driving to a water park. And I was just sitting there like absentmindedly, just like, and I have a dry scalp. You see me do it all the time. I itch my head all the time. And so she thought that's what it was. But when I got up out of the water and kept doing it all day, and she watched me at the water park all day, she looked at my head that night. She peeled the fucking hair back, and there, dude, I had adults living on me. So it wasn't even like one had got on me and laid some eggs and I was scratching at the nits or the larva or whatever the fuck. It was full. There were like full grown females
Like
laying.
fleas on him.
Yeah. Like I was a full blown flea bag, but with lice. And dude, you got to go through some shit when you get lice. Like now, I was a little boy, so I was lucky. So mom just got out the clippers and shaved my head. Went through what little stubble was left with the lice shampoo and shit, and that was that for me. Washed all my bedding, but the problem was my sister had it. My sister had hair longer than yours.
And she ain't cutting that.
That wasn't coming off. So for her, it was the shampoo and the knit comb. Shh. Pull out all the knits. Shh. Pull out all the adults.
We got a sensitive scalps. It's probably better you did it that way.
Yeah. I just got buzzed, and my sister had to fucking go through like 18 washes and knit combings before we got clear of the lice, and then she had to wash fucking everything we had. It's horrible, dude. You don't want to come down with that shit. But that shit came from, you want to know where we caught it from? Remember I told you I was in gymnastics?
Oh, yeah.
That foam pit. Every fucking kid that was in gymnastics from me, one kid came in, had lice, tumbled off in that pit, they got in that foam, and then every fucking kid that I was in gymnastics with had lice. And it started with me from my gymnastics class. I had passed from me to my sister. Game over.
Probably gave a lot to the kids at the water park.
Oh yeah, at the water park, I probably fucking infected like 10 or 12 kids with some lice. They probably floated on little rafts off of my head onto other people's heads. Little lice Cuban refugees and shit. Abandon ship. Seek the new land. Well, me doing gymnastics would have been cool to watch because I was an athletic little kid. Like people, I don't look it, but I was athletic all the way through, like up till the 6th grade. Basically, I played soccer, I played baseball, I played tag football, I ran everywhere I went. I was in track and field in middle school, and I did the relay. So I was a relay guy. So short. What is that considered? Medium distance sprinting.
Probably.
Yeah. So I was a relay guy for my grade school. So I was a really athletic little kid. I could do pull-ups. I could pull myself up into trees and shit. I did tree climbing all the time. I ran around all the time. Rode bikes everywhere. Rode skateboards and scooters everywhere. I never got into like the trick skateboarding, but back in the 80s, we had these big skateboardings that were just meant to coast on. Like tricking was a different thing. In the 90s, that really blew up. In the 80s, I had a big fat skateboard. I still remember it. And it was really good and wide, so you could get it going, had good urethane wheels, and you were supposed to coast on them. I was just meant to kick, push, kick, and go. And so I'd ride that around. I had the little prototypes to the Razor scooters. They were different, though. They had bigger tires on them. But same basic idea.
Oh, the ankles, dude.
Yeah. Well, you get a bounce on that shit, or you fucking have a foot slip off of it, and yeah. But I loved that thing, dude. I got one of them things and was toddling around on it. And then, you know what the cool thing was? The last thing I was into, and I was actually really good at it. Not like competition good or whatever, but rollerblading, if you can believe it, was really big in the late 80s, early 90s, into the mid 90s. And I had blades. Like, I would go through them and have to go get new pairs and shit. My parents finally would get me, like, some really, really good blades. Like, I think I had rollerblades in like the 7th grade, and I'd started to chunk up by that. I didn't blow up in the 6th grade. I just started to get chubby. So in the 7th grade, I was pretty fucking good, dude. I could go front to back. I was real stable on them. I could travel fast. I could get going fast, stop real fast.
I mean, the only thing I was good at was like sit-ups. I would do like 60 in a minute when I was in PE.
Yeah. See, I used to pass all those because they used to do like they called it the presidential fitness test. And I used to pass that always with flying colors. One of the best kids in my class. Sit-ups, pull-ups, push-ups. They'd have us do jumping jacks.
I just can't do running with my tiny lungs.
Yeah. I was a runner, man. I could fucking book. I could run like the wind blows. Fruit booters. Yeah, dude. That's what they called us. Well, I never really, like I said, I was never into it. I was never like tricking on park benches and shit. But I used to fucking skate around my neighborhood and shit a lot. And I used to like it. I used to like strapping up, grabbing my shoes, throwing them in my backpack, and just traveling way faster and farther than I could
I
otherwise.
think they started banning them in schools because people would have it strapped to their backpack. And
Yeah, see, I was, my school already had them.
Yeah.
They were banned. You could not have any kind of roller skates, skateboards, because skateboards were the big worry when I was in school.
Yeah, because you turn around and just.
But there would have been people rollerblading if it wasn't a rule. But yeah, if you even had a pair of rollerblades, they got confiscated and given back to you at the end of the
People
day.
got away with those Heelys though.
See, the Heelys didn't come around when I was in school. Those
They
were,
like dorkies.
yeah, the Heelys didn't. I didn't have to deal with the Heelys. I'm kind of glad for that. There are a lot of skate parks now. I know. Well, it's still a massively popular thing. I'm not trying to talk about it. Like, I'm just saying that was the era where it really, like the guys that typified the style of skating were all came from that era. So Tony Hawk, Rodney Mullen. I'm trying to remember some of their names. Rodney Mullen was just a fucking brilliant street skater. Absolutely insane. He was a guy that used to participate in the old style skateboard competitions that were real like beachy.
Yeah, I think I saw one of those on TV.
If you want to watch some dope ass fucking skating that'll blow your mind, just go on YouTube and search for Rodney Mullen compilation, and you'll see one of the most talented skaters that ever picked up a fucking board. You want to have your mind blown? Watch a Tony Hawk vert compilation and watch some of the tricks that he does in the pipe and shit. That dude is fucking nuts.
No one recognizes him.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember the name. Tom Morello keeps coming to mind, but Tom Morello is a fucking musician. There was a Mexican kid. I'm trying to remember his name. And he was fucking dope. Anyway. Steve Caballero, thank you. Tony Alva, of course. Talking about the Dogtown guys. All those dudes, but Stacy Peralta was one of those guys. Ended up kind of giving up on skating and becoming a documentarian and shit, which is really cool. And he made that have you seen the documentary Dogtown and Z Boys? Oh, dude, we got to watch that together one of these times. For sure. I think you'll love it. It's
you
like...
You do your Legend review, right?
Yeah. I started on it, actually. I saw Tony Hawk as a kid at this vert comp in Omaha once. That's cool. I never got to see any of these dudes in person. I had some friends that had a modicum of skating talent, though, and it was always fun to watch them. We didn't have real skate parks back in my day, and so we would go and they'd do, the parking lot, stairs. Yeah, anywhere there was a rail or a park bench or a concrete lip that could be ground, you know what I mean? So I had a lot of street skater kind of guys that would do kick flips and kind of try and jump up on into and off of things and 50-50 grind and stuff. It was fun to watch them, and it was a chill place to like sit and smoke some weed and just hang with your friends. But I was too fat to fucking participate. I just couldn't. You know what I mean? It's just a sad truth of it.
No grandmas in the chat.
How much did that washer drum fire pit cost you? I think we paid like $70 for it or something like that on Craigslist. Locally, I don't know, but something like that. I think it was $65 or $70.
I mean, you can go to a scrapyard and do it.
You can actually make one, yeah. You can go to a scrapyard and ask them if they have any old washing machines that are busted down. Usually they will. And go and see if it still has a drum and ask the guy, hey, can you help me take this drum out and buy it? And then just go to the fucking hardware store and buy the little leggings for it and bolt them on. You know what I mean? And get it high enough off the ground where it's not going to scorch the ground, and that's it. It's steep? Well, whatever.
We ain't running to no scrapyard, no car.
Yeah, dude, I have no car yet, so... now all you need is a shooting car on cinder blocks. Yeah. Whatever you just said. Earlier it was $45 to $50. Well, I mean, it might be a regional thing, dude. Who knows?
He said $50 last time.
Oh, well, I can't remember, dude. Like,
You had to get like a million things.
right. I bought like 28 different fucking little things that I need to have for a house that I didn't have in the apartment or that we got rid of because they were so old at the apartment. So
So heavy.
we're talking like some, just like normal shit that people need, like towels. I had to buy new underwears. So yeah, I don't remember. It was somewhere between fucking $50 to $60 or some shit. It was somewhere in that zone. I don't remember.
And that chair was just, it wasn't going to come down.
Yeah, you could easily make one of these. And if I had a car, I probably would have tried to make one because my stepdad is the one that told me these exist. And he told me how easy it was to make one. But I wanted one now. And I looked and I saw them for sale and I got one. Bada bing. That's right. Weed isn't for everyone. It's all for me. So get your grubby paws off my dank. That's how I feel about it. I didn't have to make my own. Yeah, I didn't see one on Craigslist here. Cheaper than store-bought, repurposing. I think it's a good idea. Yeah. No, you could totally make your own. It would not be hard, dude. Like, I'll show you guys one of these days. I'm not going to walk over there right now, but I'll show you guys. It's just normal, like, piping, like metal piping used as footing, and it's bolted on to the bottom of the thing.
If you had a welding thing,
If you were a welder, yeah, you could fucking make a dank. You could make this into a fucking total, like, piece with a welding thing. Because you could make a case for it and everything that, like, radiates the heat further out of it, make it the center of a fire pit. Yeah. You could do crazy shit, but, I mean, this is just it's just a washer drum, dude, on legs. And it makes a perfect little fire pit. But bolting it on is easier than welding it.
Unless you just have one sitting around or whatever.
Like literally, it takes nothing. You bolt it on. These washer drums already have eyelets in them at the top and bottom because that's how they're bolted into the washer. So you just use those eyelets at the bottom and you bolt on some fucking legs and call it a day. Make sure they're balanced. I know one of the things that my stepdad said he had to do to his was bang out some of the dents in it because the one that he found had already been ripped out of the washing machine and it had some dents. So he just grabbed like a little mallet and banged on the inside of the drum until it was good and, rounded. Mine has dents in it and
you
shit.
You do that with cheap cars too. Like if you bump into something with a cheap car, they're so like flexible that you can just like heat it up and just.
Right. I mean, yeah, dude, it's not like, this is not like some Superman type of project over here. This is a pretty simple thing to build. Fire pits are bad for the lungs. Well, fuck Sam Harris. I hope he falls into the next fire pit that he runs across. How you like me now?
I mean, there ain't no worse than city smog. Fucking LA.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. Like, I try not to sit right in the fucking fumes of it. You guys saw me the other day when it was hitting me in the face. I got up out of it. But yeah, I mean, nothing's good for you. That's the thing. We're all just rotting. The sun is not good for you. You know what I mean? Too much water, not good for you.
Where's that asbestos fingers at?
Yeah, where's asbestos fingers when you need them? Coffee's not good for you. Cigarettes are not good for you.
Why the clothes you're wearing?
Yeah, the clothes you're wearing are probably irritating your skin. You know what I mean? What are you gonna do? I could sit out here with my dick out if you guys want me to, but it's a little cold for that. Even with a fire pit, it's a little cold for that. If you smoke anything, it's already way more than whatever you breathe in fire pits. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Everything gives you cancer, yeah. So just...
You see California,
yeah.
Everything's got a cancer label on it.
Well, of course, yeah. Growing up there, like, dude, fucking every pill bottle and fucking pack of cigarettes and desk, yeah. This has this or that in it that may cause cancer. It's the same way in Washington.
Yeah. Not as bad, though.
Maybe not. Actually, red meat is like smoking 10 cigarettes. Ooh! That just makes me hungry. I ate an edible while watching your stream on Thanksgiving and had an outer body experience. An outer body? Not an out of body, an outer body experience.
Like just hyper aware of like the hairs on your arms.
Yeah, you could just feel all your skin really like, whoa, bro, you had an outer body experience. I've never had one of those, man. I did have I never really had an out of body experience other than the couple of times that I've experienced ego death, but that's not really an out of body experience so much as it's just an unawareness of your physical body.
It's like a soul pit.
Right. But like I've never had like a floating out of body experience, but the closest I ever came was on edibles, honestly. Some dank ass fucking high strength indica edibles, kicked back on a Barca lounger and just like sat there and felt like I was vibrating, just like whoa, 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 whoa,
Did you ever
whoa,
find
whoa,
that
whoa.
sativa, or do you want to try one of those dollar things?
No, I've got it. Yeah, I bought 2 of them, so I just hooked up the other one. Like I said, that other one's gonna fucking show up. I'm just a stoner. It rolled off that desk, and Cricket probably batted it around somewhere, and I'll find it. It'll be down the road a piece.
We'll be vacuuming.
Yep. Whoa, what's that? Loss of the sense of self, temporary when the context of drugs, yes.
Oh yeah, ninjas are like edibles in non-legal states. You don't know what's in them. It could be 500 milligrams. It could be 10 milligrams.
Right. You just never do know. Well, you admit that you live in Washington. Yes, I admit it. I admit it.
But is it Washington State, Washington County?
Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Legal weed
City
there.
named Washington.
Yeah, city named Washington and somewhere else. Yeah, I do. I do live in Washington, though. Paul lives in your closet.
There's a lot of Washington counties. I don't narrow it down at all.
Yeah. A lot of counties everywhere. You don't have a closet? Well, when you get one, I'm moving in.
You don't have a single door that doesn't go into a room?
Then I live in your bathroom then. Watch you poop.
You live in like the upper tank and you just...
Yep. When you're sitting down, I poke up out of the upper tank and I look down and I go, ooh. And then I go back. Why are you timed out? You're not. I just saw your shit. Quit bitching. Here, let me actually time you out. There. Now you're timed out. Now you'll know the difference. 300 seconds.
You ask if you're banned or timed out, you'll probably just get banned and timed out.
I mean, yeah, that is good bait to get banned and timed out, but now at least he'll know the difference. You know?
Most people can't band together to protest. I think they have water to stand.
Why are you timed out, loser, Lewis Bloom? You're not. You're banned. See? Another illustrative difference. Now you know the difference between a timeout and a band. You see? Anybody else need one? I'm feeling it right now. I'm in the mode. I'm itching.
Oh yeah, Tello, jump in.
Oh, yeah, feel free. I mean, I don't care. Like I said, you're a specter. Your wrench is yours to beat over the head with anybody you feel that steps out of line. I love these cell phone streams. It just seems like they're fresh air. It gives Paul a lot more energy, and it makes for really great content. Well, I'm glad you enjoy them. I like them too, especially now that I've got a place I can come out and sit and not really have to worry about people fucking intruding on my shit. You know.
I don't know, like at the apartment, it like radiated.
Oh my god, dude. I remember I think you told me one time that like you were walking Dynor down at behind another building and I was doing a Highdeology and you were like, dude, I could hear every word you were saying.
We could hear every word the neighbors were saying.
Oh yeah, dude, it was horrible. It's like over here when I hear my neighbors, it's like and they're yelling, right?
Or it's a rooster.
Or it's a rooster going, "Arr!" Or a bird, you know, going, "Ree!"
Or a dog.
Or a dog going, "Boo!" The cow goes moo, the pig goes oink, and that's the way it goes. That ree bird, yeah, he's like, "Ree! Ree! Ree!"
Oh, you intimidated him.
I did. I showed him I got a better ree than him. Fly away. Oh, really? You're going to pipe up now after I read you out? Okay, I see how it is. He's always got to get the last laugh, huh?
Those mockingbirds are crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if there's many mockingbirds around where we're at. I haven't seen any yet, but yeah, dude, the way that they'll just like make an engine sound.
Yeah, or car alarm.
Car alarm. And you're like, why is that coming out of that tree?
Tell me about the downfall of car alarms too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, dude, car alarms. I was around when car alarms first started to be a thing, and I'm telling you, dude, people used to fucking come out of their houses and shit. Like, what's that? What's going on? You know? And then it's like, so they started going off because they were so sensitive. Like a bird would land on somebody's car and they'd go off, and people got tired of it, and now they're like, actually make it easier to steal your car because they're so normalized now that unless your car is parked right outside of your house and you can tell when it's going off and you run out with a gun or something, if it's just parked in the neighborhood somewhere and it goes off in the middle of the night, nobody's even going to look out their window. It's just like
some bass going down the street.
Right. People sleep right through it now. Like I sleep through it. Like when I lived in the city the last time, the biggest city that I lived in the last time was Bellevue. Always had cars coming and going and shit. I slept through that fucking truck sound when they back up, that deed, deed. I lived right on top of a grocery store. So like 7 in the morning, my apartment was well insulated, but I was literally the first floor right on top of a grocery store. They delivered right next to me. So I'd hear that in the morning and shit when I was up, but I'd sleep right through that shit. You know what I mean? It became so normalized as a sound, as a pattern of sound, that even though it's like ear piercing and annoying, people just disregard it now. Like they don't even work. Like don't even bother getting a car alarm unless
cities like where gunshots stop becoming a thing.
Remember we heard somebody let off about half a fucking clip the other night out here somewhere. They were distant, but it was just like unmistakable. Ka 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 ka. I was like, okay, all right, well, country living.
Oh, that's dope. If it's a northern woodpecker.
Oh, maybe it is.
Dog, or the reed bird or whatever.
Maybe. Ree! You still out there?
I don't think our trees are good enough for them.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Dude, I know fuck all about where we're living. As far as, like, beyond what we've seen out here. I guess we shall learn over the next year or so, babe. What kind of flora and fauna we're dealing with here.
They're probably all spooked now because this place hasn't been occupied in a while.
That's true.
What is that?
That is true. Yeah, this place has been unoccupied for a hot minute, so they're not really used to there being a big, loud, hairy thing on the porch that starts fires and makes a bunch of noise.
A little dog.
Yeah, a little dog running around. They're like, "Whoa, what the fuck is that?" So yeah, it might take a while for nature to realize that we're not out to get it out here, but we've already seen.
Dino wouldn't even kill a fly.
Dinor wouldn't know how to. He don't even know that he has teeth that can bite. Like when he tries to go and bite something, it's like he nibbles it. He like hits it with the front of his teeth. He's like, eh. He doesn't even know. Your neighbors are watching you through binoculars as you look around yelling, "Ree." Cool.
All right, that ain't any creepier than you streaming.
Yeah, wait till I whip my dick out here and they can watch that through their binoculars. Dude, my whole philosophy on like neighbors and shit has always been if I see some shit over there, it's because I looked at their fucking shit. You know what I mean? What you do on your fucking property, I guess like if you're living in a neighborhood, if your ball's out on the front lawn, just like woo, that's a problem, right?
Look at someone's window. It's
Right.
your damn fault.
Right, exactly. If you're like sitting on your fucking front porch and you look through somebody's fucking living room window and you see somebody's big stinky balls walk by, you can't be like, hey. It's like, no, dude, that's his. It's your fault for fucking looking in somebody's window, you metiche piece of shit. I love that term, by the way, metiche. It's like a busybody or something. Metiche. Don't be fucking metiche, dude. A lot of you guys are being metiche. Trying to figure out where I fucking live. That's fucking metiche. Don't be fucking metiche.
I already read your comment. You don't need to keep repeating it.
Who did it? Just time him. Don't fucking talk to him. Just time him. Fuck it. Like that's one of the obvious rules here, obvious plant, is that you don't
Repeat.
like if I don't read a question of yours like in 2 or 3 tries, you just quit.
Or you super chat.
Or you super chat it. Yeah, if you really need it read, pay me. I pick up comments as I go. The people that are around here know how it works. We don't have to figure it out. It's Washington, doggy. All right, Lil View. Well, you may be more iced out than I am, but I don't think you're smart enough to pin me down just yet, Lil View. Yeah, my wrist so cold and my eyes so froze, and it's all for you. Legalize nudity. I mean, I'm fine with that. I really don't have a problem with it. I know in Germany there are places, like real public places, where it's totally cool to strip down, get naked. It's way more normalized in Europe.
More sexual than nudity.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Like,
nudity...
people that, like, walk their boyfriend on a leash or something.
Right.
More sexual.
Right. I mean, like a chick that's dressed up in something that just shows off, like a skirt that shows the bottom apples of her ass cheeks and shit. Like, that's sexier than... That's more sexual intent than somebody just walking around nude. Like, human beings are nude. This whole clothes idea is something that we've added on top of it, and some of it's very functional.
We live in climates where we're not supposed to.
Well, we've spread to different biomes and shit, but our ancestors, make no bones about it, were nude as fuck.
Yeah. Or they had like a little something on their junk, not to hide it, but it's like, I don't want no flies
Right.
in my balls.
Some kind of leaf contraption that keeps their balls from flapping around as they ran through the fucking underbrush and shit. Because that's one of the things I remember reading about how the balls are a really bad like an example that evolution doesn't always choose the perfect solution. Because it's posited that before, like, you know, like it was probably like at least 100,000 years of human history or something before underwear was invented. So dudes were running around with their balls flopping, right?
Or sticking to their thighs.
They're running through underbrush. Well, what's gonna happen when you're like leaping over something to grab a rabbit or some shit? You're gonna fucking tear your sack open and shit. It's not a good evolutionary design for an animal.
Like cat balls, like when cricket wasn't fixed, those aren't dangling around.
Those sit nicely right up under the asshole.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And the whole dick is tucked up inside. You can't even tell on a male cat whether it's male or female until the balls start growing. And if it's a fixed cat, I'm sure like people that meet cricket probably have said, she's beautiful. Like, you know, you just can't tell. And that's a good thing, man. They don't have a big old floppy pair of fucking organs flopping around getting snagged on thorns.
Or a big old dick.
And it's like a big old fucking like weak point too for your opponent. So if you're fighting another member of your tribe, your balls are like obviously... If they're out there, they're a target, you know? They're going to take their stick and hit you in the balls with it. You can't recover from that shit. Dude, I've been slapped in my balls. Hit, kicked. Hurts. Put you out of commission. So it's a really bad evolutionary trait. It's another example of the human body being really imperfect. Cancer is another example of that. Fucking the appendix. Our coccyx.
Gallbladder.
The gallbladder, yep. Another example of an organ that's almost useless, the pinky toe.
Yeah. They just need to do that instead of circumcision. It's like, all right, you're born. Appendix, gallbladder.
Yeah, why not? Why leave it in there? It's like the surgery has become so non-invasive now that it's outpatient to get your fucking gallbladder snipped, basically. They sent me home the day they did it.
And yours was bad.
Mine was fucking ready to blow. But As soon as they cut it out, I was fine. Send me home that day.
It's way less harmful than circumcision.
Well, yeah. Especially after learning about circumcision on that episode. Holy fuck.
Patron episode, by the way.
Patron episode, yeah. I did a whole episode on circumcision. I learned a lot about my poor dick. My poor mutilated circumcised cock.
Scotty was so pissed in that.
Oh, I know. I don't blame him. I was too. I was pissed fucking researching it. Hearing about the fucking crazy shit that I have to put up with because I have no foreskin. There is that nerve that wraps around itself because of evolution. Yeah, there's a bunch of shit. The human body, like, the fact that we have such young that gestate for so long, but the pelvic opening on women is so narrow is a horrible evolutionary adaptation. Women back in the day before modern medical science and germ theory and shit used to die all the time in childbirth. Super common.
In the 1800s, people had 15 kids because half of them would be dead.
Right. Children would die because the care wasn't there. It's like we're horrible at like propagating our own spawn. It makes one of the members of our collective completely useless in the latter months of the pregnancy, and then useless for another further 3 or 4 months. I'm not saying useless. They have to raise the child, but they can't defend, they can't feed. That's not a good evolutionary adaptation. Other animals will squat down, shit out a baby, and then by the end of the day, they're back foraging.
Yeah. And that was interesting with like the ancestry stuff, like how many people remarried that we wouldn't think.
Oh yeah. I was talking about that a little bit earlier, like just the divorces and the remarriages and the stepchildren and shit that you find. A lot of that shit happened even back in the day when it was ultra taboo. But anyway, man, crazy shit. Seriously though, if you look at most mammals, that's really how it is. Now, there are a lot of mammals that sit and nurse their young for long periods of time.
They can walk and shit.
But they walk, right? It's like bears will they'll hibernate and give birth and nurse their young for the long winter months off of the body fat that they've stored up and shit. And that's akin to what we're talking about with humans, but
they're not carrying them.
Right. By the time that those babies are exposed to the outside world, they can walk, they can feed themselves to a limited extent, and they're ready to grow up and move on into the world. Like other mammals, like equine mammals, all of like they'll shit out a baby horse, and by the neck it toddles 3 or 4 hours, and by the end of the day or the next day it's running around like a little colt, you know what I mean? And it's ready to it feeds itself, it does the whole thing. The cows are the same way. Sheep, all the cloven hoofed animals like pigs, little piglets come out and they're fucking, I've seen it. They run around immediately almost, and so it's like we have this like long gestation period for a single child. And then when it comes out, it's completely helpless for like the first, let's be honest, 8-9 years of its life.
Yeah.
How is that viable?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They don't have all their teeth yet.
They can't make decisions. They fucking fall down and bust their head open. You have to watch them every second. That hasn't changed.
Yeah.
The fucking hunter-gatherers that were living 120,000 years ago, they were having to do that same shit. They had toddlers. Everybody's a fucking toddler. Literally helpless, yeah. Like, literally helpless. If you leave them alone for 2 hours, they might die.
Or like those soft spots.
The soft spot on a baby's head, yeah. It's fucking ridiculous. The human body is a mess, man. So all this, like, religious argument that goes against, oh, you just took God and replaced it with this concept of religion. Oh, this perfection came from that. There's no perfection here. There's a striving for perfection. That's what we're seeing. It's a constant evolutionary battle to make ourselves better. Eventually, if human beings live long enough, appendixes will disappear. The coccyx will shrink down enough because we don't have tails anymore that it's not a constant problem. It doesn't give sciatica. The pinky toe will probably drop off given a long enough time because it's just...
My sister had like an extra pinky finger.
Yeah.
Probably come back.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like... The human body is constantly updating itself. It's just on a very slow fucking process. And where it stands...
Wisdom teeth anymore. anymore.
Right. People are starting to be born without, like, I'm one of them. I have wisdom teeth, but they will never bother me. The wisdom teeth that came in have come in. They didn't crowd my teeth out. They're normal, right? And that was like, for the longest time, wisdom teeth was the bane of human existence. You have to imagine, before modern science and dentistry and shit, people would just live with that rotten shit back in their mouth.
I got mine out the day before Thanksgiving when I was a kid.
Well, you didn't eat Thanksgiving.
I had stuffing.
You had stuffing. Did they blend it for you?
No.
Then you're a trooper then.
They gave me way too much Oxy, too. They gave me like a month's worth of Oxy for...
Don't complain ever about that. That's a gift from God right there. Yeah, I don't know, man. So, but yeah, it's a totally imperfect body. It's covered in fucking flaws and imperfections and filled with fucking idiosyncrasies, and it's updating itself as we go. But do we have another million years for a lot of these things to take place? I don't think so. You know, and that's about the time scale we're talking about to have these types of things talking about, where your average human is no longer born with an appendix. Your average human is born with a different coccyx that isn't prone to sciatica. Your average human is born with wider hips. Your average female is born with wider hips. It's tending towards that. This is going to sound like shitty racial theory, but hear me out. Hispanic women are more fertile and give birth and have higher birth rates that live than almost any other people, because they kind of naturally have a wider opening in their hips.
The more people like flee from climate change, there's gonna be more like
Mixing.
Shit. Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is like the future. That's why all these people that are race mixer, they're against race mixers and shit. Like white nationalists, black nationalists, Latino nationalists and shit that want to keep this racial shit pure. The future of humanity is everybody being beige. It's going to be such a combination of humanity. And it's going to have the best of all of us. And see, that's another change. There are minute differences racially between the makeup, the facial makeup of people. And that can have like for example, sickle cell anemia is a mostly black problem. Mixed people who are partially black and partially some other race very rarely get sickle cell. So it's like the breeding, it's like this what you called incestuous, which I kind of balked at first, but now I think it's a really good way of talking about it, because we're talking about as a species that thinks of itself as all these different racial groups. We're all going to end up beige. We're all going to end up with the best of what we have as humanity, and that's another leap that we're taking. Do we have time to get there? Probably not.
It's stupid how controversial it still is today.
No matter how nuanced or true it is, if you bring up genetic differences, someone's going to be triggered. See, it's just scientific fact. There are like old stories about like how, this race has an extra bone in their jaw that lets them do this, or this race has that's all bullshit. But there are genetic differences.
Like legs.
What do they call them? Phenotypical differences? It's variations within a species.
Well, like if you look at like the top runners, they're all black. The top swimmers are all white.
There's probably a genetic reason for that, right? And that's neither a good or a bad thing. It just shows that there's phenotypical differences between the human race, just like any other species of animal.
Yeah, it's not like swimming's like necessary now for.
Right. We're becoming beige as we speak. Yes. No, it's true. And I don't fear that. I don't know why anybody fears that. Because I'll tell you what, dude. You know that I was raised in kind of a racist environment. And I'm telling you, the reason I'm not a racist today is because every time I was exposed to a culture that wasn't mine, it enriched me in some way. I found some food or some music or some conversational topic that I'd never had before. I learned something about a part of the world that I never knew. I never had this like, oh, I wish this group would go away. Every time I've taken a step into into a different culture than I was raised in, it's been an enriching experience in my life. And if that's true, then what the fuck are we fearing?
I mean, Washington's racist as shit.
Of course, everywhere is. All these progressive places have the undercurrent of it. California, a lot of people think of that as this big progressive land because they think of California as its coast.
Yeah.
Even coastal California.
Yeah, it's like San Francisco and LA. That's
Right.
Like 10% of the state.
Right. The Inland Empire in California is solid red and racist as fuck. So it's like, this idea is just so silly. What do you fear? Sickle cell anemia helps African fight malaria. Well, see, that's the thing is, it's an evolutionary problem that has an evolutionary advantage if you're living on the savannas of Africa unprotected by modern medicine. But they aren't now. So the black people that live here aren't getting malaria. They're getting sickle cell anemia, which is horrible and debilitating if untreated, and can kill you if you have it really bad. And so it's an evolutionary adaptation that is no longer necessary, that is going to go away because of what we're talking about. People are afraid of the different. It's always been that way. Well, the different is about to become the same. It's already becoming the same. How many mixed race friends did you have growing up in Washington?
A lot of them were like Chinese, Filipinos, or whatever.
That's mixed race.
Yeah.
That's that's two races of people that typically do not mix.
There were
Mixed.
probably like 50 like Asian Filipinos or
Right.
whatever.
My family is filled with mixed race children and mixed race marriages. I have a lot of Hispanics in my family because of the area I grew up in. So, you know what I mean? It's just happening. It's happening everywhere. And the people that it's producing are wonderful people just like everybody else, just like people that can trace their line back to a pure racial heritage all the way back, like me. I'm 100% Caucasian. 100%. I don't have a fucking ounce of any other type of blood in my bloodline anywhere that can be measured. What's to be proud of that? Why would my life be like, should it be more difficult because one of my parents was Hispanic or one of my parents was Middle Eastern or Indian or African?
Like you went back and told your ancestors, you will go to America.
Right. And to be quite frank with you, a lot of the problems that I have might come from that purity of bloodline. It's like, you don't want to talk. I'm not going to go into it because, like I said, it's a sensitive topic and I don't want to be accused of comparing things to other things. But like dogs are a good example of that. The subspeciation or whatever that's happened in dogs, that's not the right term. What do we call it? The phenotypical differences between dogs, the breeds of dogs, right? If you've ever owned a dog, you know that a mutt is probably the most healthy dog you're ever going to own. Dogs that have a pure bloodline that traces back where all their ancestors looked and talked and acted exactly like them are like I had one. Boogie died at fucking 5 years old because she didn't have the advantages that a mutt like Dinor does. Dinor has a lineage that has probably like 10 or 12 different fucking races in it. And he's the healthiest dog I've ever owned. He's only had to go to the vet one time for a problem. Once. Other times to the vets, it's been checkups for him. He doesn't get sick. He doesn't have hip problems or joint problems. I mean, he's getting of that age. He's like middle-aged for a dog. You know what I mean?
You want to show them off?
Yeah, look at him. Look at this proud boy. Just flip this camera. Let them see you, D. Look at this proud boy. Come here. Healthy as a goddamn little horse, aren't you? But a mutt. He a mutt. He's a mutt. This is, by the way, why I didn't want to bring this up is because I don't want to be comparing. My point is not to compare a mixed race person to a fucking mutt. They get called that as a pejorative, and that's fucked up. Have you ever thought of getting Dinor a friend? You know what? Dinor has a friend, number one. He's got a brother in cricket. He and cricket they play together all the time. So Dinor is not alone in the house. He's got an animal that, like a lot of cats, are not tolerant at all of dogs. And we didn't know that about Cricket when he moved in, because if I'm not mistaken, right, he'd never lived with a dog. He'd been around them.
Not really.
Really?
He only went around a dog one time when he was cat sick, and he was stressed as hell.
Right. And so that was one of the things we worried about when we were combining up our families and you moved in with me. It was like, is Cricket going to be able, but because Dinor is so passive, look at this regal boy, by the way. Oh my goodness. Because Dinor is so passive, he's not an attack dog. He's not he learned very early what Cricket's boundaries were, and Cricket learned what Dinor's boundaries were, and now they're friends. Now they cuddle up right next to each other when it's cold.
They drink and eat right next to each other.
They eat and drink out of the same bowl sometimes. You know what I mean? It's like they're crazy little friends. They're friendos. So yeah, Dinor has himself a little animal friend. I don't think having another dog would be a good idea. I don't think he's a 2-dog boy. But he did a good job when we lived in the tinderbox, didn't you?
He's just too needy.
He was around Ujiro and he was around Salvador every day. And he liked it and he found his little place and he loves them both. But the problem was he ended up at the bottom of the totem pole, and he would give him a Chewy and he'd run off in the other room and Salvador would take it from him and eat it right there, just snap it down in 2 bites. And we wouldn't know until we caught it happening. So poor little Dinor, because he doesn't fight. You know what I mean? He doesn't fight for what's his. You saw how Cricket was when Cricket first showed up. He put his face right in Dinor's bowl, and Dinor just sat there like, and watched Cricket eat a few bites, and then he went and ate his dinner. That's just the way he is. He's a pacifist, man. He's like Donnie.
And Cricket is too. He ain't never scratched Dinor for nothing.
Not Donnie. He's like Smokey. Smokey from The Big Lebowski. It's a fucking pacifist, man. I did not know that. No, but that's why I love that Dinor isn't. There's no dominance games over here. There's been a social order established between him and Cricket, and it allows them to be friendly with one another. Dinor trolls Cricket every once in a while and does him a startle. Cricket does just as good back to Dinor. They have fun with each other. Dinor's tail never stops wagging, and Cricket never stops purring.
There's no yelps.
There's no yelps or ouches. Cricket never hurts Dinor or vice versa. They just love each other. They snuggle up with each other. He's got a little bro. Vape question, dude. 300 seconds. Get out of here. Which corncob pipe did we settle on? A Meacham, right? Does that sound right? Yeah. Phoebe. Sorry. Hit the dab pin a little hard. Let me wash that down. Phoebe, your lovely and talented Spectre, actually sent me some links on Twitter the other day. I may be saying it wrong, but we ordered a gift pack that included 2 different styles of, I believe it's Meacham corncob pipes. I mean, dude, it's part of a stoner's life, especially one like me that, like, I never really adopted the dabbing culture. I was never able to find a happy medium because my instinct is to suck on this shit like I do when nicotine is in it. Because when I hit a bowl, I usually take a big rip. And it's so hard for me to, like, remember to, like, see, I got a little hit there. If I just did that over and over again, it'd be better than me trying to take these big fucking, like, oh, yeah. Dude, back when I was on DP, living in that legal state, I'm going to have to take this off and let my scalp breathe, if that's okay, because it's getting a little warm out here. I may actually have to strip off this fucking coat in a minute. The sun is hitting me now. Woo, doggies. Yeah, I gotta let my scalp breathe. I'm gonna throw this over here so I don't forget to take it in.
You wanna wear a beanie?
Hey, you wanna wear my beanie? You want me to take your sweater off? Maybe Mama do it for you. Let's strip that sweater off and wait for your Rasta sweater to come. Unless you look cold. If you get shivery tonight, we'll throw her back on. But yeah, you don't need that old sweater right now.
Change to the t-shirt.
Yeah, you don't need that old sweater right now. You can be naked snake out here. It's warm enough for Dad to take his beanie off, then it's warm enough for Dinor to not need his sweater. Huh. I love your space pants, baby.
Oh, yeah.
People just got a little glimpse of your space pants. I see the whole universe in your pants,
Yeah, and my thighs.
in your thighs, and the center of it is right on your booty.
Yeah.
The center of all creation, the point where the Big Bang exploded. Right there on that booty. Space pants. So poetic, I know. I'm a poet and don't know it. Paul, when are you going to wear space pants? I don't know, man. Do they make space pants like that for big old fat guy like
I'm
me?
sure they make sweats.
Space sweats?
Probably.
That'd be dope.
Or like some Amazon shit.
I kind of want them to be stretchy like yours, though, because that looks comfy.
You want man leggings?
Man leggings. Man tights. Space pants. No, I'd do space sweats for sure. I probably wouldn't wear the man tights, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Not because
Those
I
probably
care.
not big enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like I'm a big dude, so it's like they probably don't make them a size. But like they probably do have like space sweats or like a space hoodie.
Yeah.
That'd be dope. Space sweats. Fun stuff. Ugh, this hair, dude. It's a constant problem. I need to put it up today. I washed it last night before I came to bed because it was smelling like campy. You know what I mean? It was smelling like a campfire. So I got that taken care of, but the day after I wash it, it's always so fucking like hard to get up in a beanie because it wants to be so floofy. I need to look into some shit, dude. I'm going to call my mom at some point and I'm going to ask her for some hair care tips because she's got the same fucking exact hair I have.
Or your sister do.
To a limited extent, though. My sister's got more of my dad's hair. Her hair is straighter and a little bit thinner than mine. Like, my mom's got that same fucking super thick hair, and I know she has some shit she uses that keeps it from getting frizzy, and some shit she uses to keep it from breaking. Because one of the problems I have right now is I do this a lot, right, to keep it out of my face. And it ends up breaking strands of hair up here at the front. And then I've got these little flyaway hairs like this one right here that's like in my face all day. And I don't want to pluck it. I want to let him grow and join his friends.
You do hairspray buns. Like once you get it back, just.
That's what I
and then you
need.
can glue your
But that's the shit I need to know.
Yeah.
Like, I need to know what do I use that isn't going to make my hair all fucked up. Because I don't want to get, like, I'm prone to dandruff and shit if my scalp gets too dry.
Well, you just
That's
take
why I
the
can't-
flyaways and you just spray it on the flyaways and glue them.
Yeah, I got to find some good shit I can put in my hair. Become Dapper Dan. Slick that stuff back. Yeah, maybe. There's potential for a truly glorious mop of super hair. Yeah. Well, I'm working on it, man. It's pretty fucking long. Look at this shit. Yeesh.
I'm trying so hard for these sweatpants, but everything's like a 2X.
Yeah, that's the problem. Maybe in a year or so, maybe I'll continue my slow but steady weight loss, and in a year or so, I'll be ready to slip into a 2X. But for right now, I need a 3X in sweatpants, or it ain't even gonna happen for me. Get a dress, seriously, you could pull it off, maybe. Why not? Maybe I'll get a kilt, yeah. Learn to play the bagpipes. I do oil treatments before bed for a couple hours, then wash. Yeah, I'll have to figure it out. I'll have to figure out what works. I don't know what type of hair you got, you know what I mean? It's hard to tell until you've like put your hands on somebody's hair, what kind of hair they've got. So what happens when I go to get a haircut is when I sit down, people, the first, you know, when they run their hair, if you've got longer hair, they'll run your hands through your hair. And then the first thing that's said to me every time I get a haircut is like, ooh, you got thick hair. So I know my hair is thick. I know it's prone to be frizzy and poofy and curly. And so that's what I need. I need treatments for that type of hair. I don't know what to tell you. It's dummy thick, yeah.
Dude, they're probably jelly.
A lot of them will tell me they are. Be like, why can't I have hair like this? Or why do you get to have hair like this? And I got to have hair like this. I've heard that a bunch of times. So it's like, okay, I've got a good head of hair. So what do I do with it? Like, how do I, right now I'm like conditioning it and washing it. And I don't wash it every day. I wait 2-3 days at least between washings. I try to wait as long as I can until it starts to look greasy, and then I wash it. Because I know you can't wash your fucking long hair every day.
I give up on these space sweatpants, babe.
Why? Oh, you're not gonna be. Oh. You mean the ones you're? No, you don't worry about it. I'll find some space sweatpants someday. Paul, thank you for doing these live streams. Why did you change your YouTube name to Highdeology? Just curious, because I thought it was like indicative of a change in the style of the channel. Like, people were used to me doing these kind of short form 5 to 10 minute rant style videos that weren't scripted but were performative. And now what I do here is I live stream. And the name of the show that I do is Highdeology. I think it's fitting. I like the name, and so I'm keeping it. And that, you know, I could rebrand it back to Paul's Ego if it would make you feel better. It doesn't really matter. But I thought it was prudent to do it because it kind of differentiates it from the channel that it was before. Now, a lot of the content that I do here is like long form versions of what you guys got before. If you go deep into a Highdeology, you'll find great 10-minute rants on a lot of esoteric subjects. It's just I do it all at once. This has been such a long stream. Oh my God. But you know, I'm not worried about it, but it's just like, you know, how many little subtopics did I cover in this stream that would have made Paul's Ego videos and are presented very much in the same style as those videos? In so much as like they were things that I didn't script, but things that I've thought about before. You know what I mean? To the point where I know how to talk about them. I come to you guys all the time with a general outline of something I want to talk about, but no fucking bullet points, no script. Just a general outline in my mind of what I want to discuss. So, yeah, I don't know. I remember the Kissy bots from the Periscope days. Throwback. I still remember you streaming after Halloween tripping. Yeah. The Kissy bots. During Periscope, there were these, like, spam bots that would just spam the kiss emoji. And they all had hot chicks as profiles, and they would fucking infest your chat. Your chat would be full of nothing but them.
Now it's just the comments.
Yeah. So I used to go on a war. I went on a war against them. I was like, eventually, I will ban all of them that are trying to do this. And I got it. Like, I had to do it one by one, but eventually I banned like probably like 700 of these. And I did Periscope for only like 5 months or some shit. So it was like a lot of bans. And eventually they just stopped hitting my stream. It was like, phew. The Kissy bot war, dude. Obvious plant. Triggering my Kissy bot war PTSD, dude. I like to hear some How I Met Your Mother type stories on how you two got together and bunkered up. What have you learned about life and each other? Space pants.
3XL.
Sold. What's he got?
A little vacuum.
He's vacuuming up the space?
Yeah.
Dope. Okay. Space pants. Found. How much are they?
$28.
Okay. I need to throw away that other pair of fucking old sweatpants because you saw how they're falling off my ass now.
And the giant hole.
Well, I think the whole one I threw those away before we left. I had a pair of sweatpants that I probably had for like 20 years or some shit that like it just had a rip in the ass. And I go commando a lot. I'll tell that's a little piece of deep lore about Paul's Ego. I go commando a lot. And so when I'm walking around the house, like you see my butt cheeks enough, I don't care. Dinor don't care and Cricket don't care. So I would just like wear my butt cheek pants, you know what I mean? Where the little had a rip in the ass. But I finally was like, I gotta get rid of these. And so I got rid of those, but I have another pair that's just like them. I think I had them from the same batch. Probably came in a 2-pack or some shit. And those just fall off of me now. Because I used to be way bigger. And the elastic waistband is so stretched out now that like it won't stay up around me. So I got to get rid of so I need a new pair of sweatpants anyway. So dope. I love it. Yeah, look who you were talking to. We probably smell of BO through the internet. That's probably true. Some of you probably do. Some of you probably smell good though. Hold on, let me see. All right, there is some funk and some skunk. I'm not going to lie to you guys. There is some funk and some skunk out there, but I smelled some of you guys are smelling good. Yeah, some of you guys are smelling good. How do you imagine Phoebe? How do I imagine Phoebe smells?
She's a busker.
She's a busker. And she strikes me as a hippie. She knows all. She knew all about this corncob pipe shit. She probably burns incense, maybe. I would guess that she uses like this is all me guessing about Phoebe, knowing nothing about Phoebe other than my interactions with her here and my brief DMs with her. Right. I bet Phoebe smells like essential oils and shit. She strikes me as a person that uses like hippie type stuff, like patchouli oil, possibly. I don't think Phoebe would smell like a typical girly. I've got like perfume type of smell.
Or maybe she does.
Maybe she does, but this is my assumption. Because I know she's a busker, because of what she talks about in here, she's kind of got a hippie vibe about her. She's also got kind of like a goth e-girl vibe about her, so that means that she probably does smell like a fucking fresh morning daisy or some shit. But I'm thinking there's more of a hippie smell going on with Phoebe. Essential oils, like natural soaps. Natural soaps. Do you think Phoebe is like a natural soaps type or not?
Probably. Like, you're a natural soap. I got that charcoal one.
Yeah, I don't. But I also use a big fucking bottle of like Axe or whatever that is in there too. So it's like I'm not a natural soaps guy. I like to play around with them when I get them. But all right, now I'm gonna tune back in and see. You're actually exactly right. I wear an essential oil necklace and spritz of perfume. See?
You gotta ask her about that too, because you were looking into that.
Dude, Phoebe, if you could DM me some resources on some good fucking essential oil necklaces, I really need to get one. I do aromatherapy, and I don't want to burn incense in this house like I was burning it in that fucking apartment because it got a little out of control for me. I was burning it way too much. I want to try and keep the house smoke-free for the most part. But I want to get that real good smell in my nostrils as I go about my day. And so, yeah, DM me some shit. Phoebe's my hookup, dude. But I was right. Essential oils, natural soaps. Yep. There was two ways that could go. Because she like I said, she has that goth e-girl thing going on, and they always smell good in my experience, the ones that I've met. They always have like I wear expensive perfume kind of smell, and my hair smells good because I use all the expensive shampoo and shit. And I'm not saying her hair smells bad. I'm just saying it probably smells more natural and shit. Probably more of an essential oil, a little spritz of something. Yeah. I was right. See? I can read people. Have a couple of interactions. I used Temple incense, but had to stop because baby foster kittens had lung issues. Yeah, and that's another thing, too. D would sit in there with me, and, like, I don't really care what the incense does to me, but I don't want him sitting around in there with a bunch of incense smoke and shit. Don't forget to moisturize, brother. Thank you, brother. Me thinks me will moisturize. Me thinks we will moisturize well, but thanks for letting me know. Keeping me in the know. Ramdan Smara Haile Selassie. Yaman. Have you seen Maccabee's cucumber video? All right, you're getting timed out. That just sounds like stupid shit. That's a timeout. Unrefined coconut oil gives me a nice tropical smell. See, there you go. I didn't know that. See, here's something that I really want to do. I don't have like horrible skin issues, but I have some skin issues, and I think some of it might come from my being allergic to everything, and some of this.
Allergic to all those soaps.
The soaps, right?
I used to be so sensitive I could only use baby's shampoo and nothing else.
See, that's the thing is like I'm sure there's some like hypoallergenic type of soap shit that I could get that would probably help. And it's like I'd be fine moving towards that type of shit. It's just I don't know that shit. My whole life I've just used whatever the shit I grabbed off the shelf and the good shampoo or whatever the fuck I grabbed that. But that's filled with all kinds of shit, and half of it I'm probably like minorly allergic to. So I've got to find some like more natural fucking cuz like I really don't think I need to fucking condition my hair. People back in the day didn't condition their hair.
I mean, I don't ever.
Right, you don't ever. And so it's just like I need to come up with a different paradigm. Maybe it's oiling my hair because I get dry, right? And so the conditioner pumps a bunch of moisture into my hair. But I bet there's products that are more fucking natural. No. I've tried that once and it makes your hair instantly greasy. So I bet there's a lighter thing that you can add to your hair that moisturizes it without putting a big bunch of chemicals in it.
You can do hair masks too.
Hair masks? See, I need to look into that type of shit. I need to wash my hair with some straight out soap, I think, and then use some kind of real specific, real natural ingredient to moisturize it with. Choo choo. Chugga 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 chugga. I have a ton of issues with my skin. It's possible you're allergic to some oils too. Have you tried Eucerin or CeraVe? These are the ones that my healthcare dermatologist recommended I use in Canada. I've never heard of either of those. But if you DM them to me on Twitter, I will check them out, really. Like I said, I don't have horrible skin problems. I'm very lucky. I'm pretty healthy, but I've got some skin problems, I think, and I have allergies out the ass. And so I know I'm allergic to some of the shit I'm using. Probably makes me itchy, probably makes me, you know what I mean? Yeah, DM me, bro. Thank you.
I'm allergic to
Red
red dye.
dye? Yep. Yeah. See, people, you got to learn these things about yourself, but I've never... I took the allergy test that lit up like a Christmas tree, the pin in the back test, and I was told I was basically allergic to everything. But I don't know how much of that shit is in the soap I'm using every day. How much of that shit is in the fucking conditioner I'm putting on my head. You see how my head itches and shit? It's like, I don't have lice, so it's like... my head gets all dry and shit. It's probably because I'm using a soap that I'm minorly allergic to.
If you had lice, I would have had it.
Dude, we'd all have it. The whole house would be crawling with it. But I do. My head, I get dry scalp. I used to have really bad dandruff because I used to only wash my hair with soap back when it was short. And because it would get so dry up there, I'd get fucking dandruff and shit. And when I started conditioning, my dandruff went. And really, when I started letting my hair grow out, my dandruff went. So maybe that had something to do with it too.
It has room to like.
Well, it covers your head from the damage that it gets from walking around outside and shit too, which is a big cause of dandruff. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. We're talking about dandruff. Oregon Morocco oil, huh? I'll have to look into it, but thank you. Yeah, DM me. DM me on Twitter. I burn lobster in like 15 minutes of sun. You burn like a lobster in 15. Me too. I'm pale as a ghost, bro. I've been trying to get a little bit more like kind of indirect sun. Like I'll let a part of my body get some, and like when I should strip this off, but I have no shirt on underneath it. That would not be.
What? You don't want to let your man titties out?
Yeah, I could. I mean, I guess there's no law against it. Like you said, your stepdad on one shirt.
No, my grandpa.
Or I mean, your grandpa. Yeah, that's what I meant.
He was 70 years old.
Yeah, he was. If your grandpa was 70 years old, owned one shirt, and you never saw him wear it, I'm gonna take my shirt off. It's my back fucking yard. Fuck it. I'm hot. I'm a man, and I am desirous. Oh yeah, that's so much fucking better. I'm desirous. Oh my God, you guys just got an underboob shot that you'll probably never forget. Freedom. Why are we rocking? Because I'm sitting in a Biker Dave rocking chair. Yeah, you guys got like OnlyFans level shit right there. What she really sees, yeah. Yeah, no, this is cool though, dude. I mean, you don't think anybody that's driving by that catches a glimpse is gonna have a problem with a dude sitting with his shirt off out here, do you?
Yeah, and your hair's long enough.
Yeah, that's
And
covering my
it's
titties. They're not gonna mistake me for like a shirtless woman out here because I got a big beard.
Yeah.
What are they gonna say about a dude sitting out? Right? I don't live in fucking Louisiana anymore where we got like 85 neighbors and their kids running around, right? I can just sit here with my fucking shirt off, right? Right? I guess we're testing that out. I guess if the cops show up and ask me to put my shirt on, but I can't imagine they would. If I had a pool back here and I was sitting out here next to my pool,
Yeah. Wouldn't mean nothing.
so fuck them. Fuck everybody else. I'm sitting out here shirtless. And at night, I may come out here pantsless in the fucking summer.
Yeah.
Who's gonna stop me? I'll turn all the lights out here, do a dark stream, make sure I'm extra careful that my big giant pee-pee and huge pendulous balls don't get in the frame, but
The only person that's come by is a jogger.
yeah. Well, if they jog by and they look over here, like I said, they're bad. This is my backyard. You look.
Tyler hates them joggers, so he'll warn
Yeah,
you.
they'll be looking at him, not me, not my big floppy tittied ass. Dude, I'm a straight up woman and I don't give a damn who sees my titties in my backyard. If they're looking, yeah, exactly. They're looking, they're trying to see.
I mean, like you've been like freaked out when I like was naked throughout the house. It's like,
Yeah, you're right. I mean, we got window coverings on all the shit that faces any street and shit, but there have been times where like I was like, "Oh shit, you buck naked, girl." But we don't got to worry about that out here. They're looking and they see. Good on them.
I ain't ashamed of nothing.
Got to let my scalp breathe. Yeah, this is good. This feels nice.
All right, this Johnny dude's.
Yeah, just ban him. Get him the fuck up out of here. I don't even know what he was doing, but if he was annoying you, baby, get him the fuck up out of here.
Like 8 times.
Oh, yeah. No, don't ever. Well, whatever. You do what you want. Like I said, a specter's methods are their own, right? But if you want my advice as the council that appoints the specters, time somebody out once. And then if they come back and do the same thing you timed them for.
I just mean over like the past week.
Oh, over the week. I got you. See, you're very even-handed. See, Otello, and I'll tell you who else is ruthless. Lord of Duck.
Yeah, I'm proud of him.
I didn't think he would be. I thought Lord of Duck was just going to kind of chill. But that just goes to show you when you appoint a specter, you never really know what you're getting. Like Jessica, she's a new specter. I haven't even really seen her, but that's the thing. Is like when I give a wrench, I always tell the specters, you don't have to do anything with this. I did this to differentiate you from the plebs in the chat. If you want to ban people that you think are fucking up the show, please do, but it's up to your discretion. There's only been a couple of times when specters have gotten out of line, you know? Only a couple. Everyone should fear the duck, yeah. You're on the learning track, yeah, of course. Well, whatever. Like I said, the power is yours to wield. If you get out of line, you'll hear from me. But I really doubt you will. I usually give wrenches. I'm usually pretty good. Lamau was an anomaly.
But he was good for a long time.
Oh, he was great. He was like my wild card guy. That's why it was hurt so bad when he
He
betrayed.
did like a long ass psyop over a year. or
Yeah.
some shit.
Dude, he deep covered me. He embedded himself with the specters and like fucking sat for a year planning this shit, and then he fucking dropped the, you know what I mean? Yeah, he was an insurgent. That's all it is, though. Lamau, all of a sudden I started noticing that when I was doing streams, like the chat was real slow.
Yeah.
And
he
then-
would, like, he would, like, I got banned.
Right, and then I started getting hit up on Twitter by a bunch of people who I knew.
Yeah.
Like people whose names I recognized from the chat, like regulars going like, I got banned, question mark, Lamau banned me. And then the next time I streamed, there was literally nobody in the chat but me and Lamau. And I was like,
And all the
it was,
specters.
yeah, and it was like an old Western movie. It was like me and my specters and Lamau standing there with a tumbleweed rolling by between us. And I fucking unwrenched him so quick. I was like, fucking unwrench, ban. I was like, I can't believe he did this.
He didn't even defend himself.
I did the fucking internet version of grabbing his face and saying, you broke my heart, Fredo. I know it was you. You broke my heart. Gave him the full Godfather treatment, and that was that. You know, nobody knows what happened to him. Maybe another one of these specters is another deep cover Lamau, and he's just going to do the same thing. I'll have to wonder forever. And just
You can moderate the chat after the stream's over, so I think that's what he was doing.
dude, as soon as you think you've got him, he melts away. As soon as you think you found him, he pops up somewhere else in the world. And if you do catch him, like that, he's gone. He's the arch villain of Highdeology, if ever there was one, for sure. Paul, be careful. There's already hundreds of double agents watching this as we speak. Oh my God, Mollusk. Don't put that in my paranoid ass head. Oh, dude, Little View is out there trying to get with Jessica. Do you see this shit? I love Little View. Little View's a rapper, dude. I've heard Little View. He's got bars. He sent me, I think it was a while back, he sent me some of his music, and he's got bars. Little View's got bars. But he's out there chatting up Jessica, dude. He's trying to get them digits. Hey, you cast a wide net, man. I don't blame him. There ain't no shame in my game. Shouldn't be any in yours either. You go get it. Jessica, get on top of that. Little View's going to have money someday, dude. He's about to blow. He's the next SoundCloud rapper right now. He's got B-A-R-S, bars. He does. I've heard. If wishes were fishes, we'd all be casting nets. That's true. Jason, thank you for your anecdote. I didn't get quite enough of Jason's anecdotes during my 3-hour EverQuest session with Jason last night. That was fun, though, bro. We finally picked the right characters and shit, because we were fucking around at first trying to pick characters that were way far apart. We found the right characters. I found one I want to play. He's got one he wants to play. We're doing good. We're doing all right. We had our moments. Mostly me having my moments, because I've never played a bard before, but I'm learning. I'm getting there. If you ever read... I don't even know how to say that, so I'm going to say no. I've never read it. Bard's Ascension is slow, but yeah. We'll be good, dude. It's about to get real for the Bard. Level 10, by level 10, I'll have a mez. We'll be breaking up camps and shit. It's crazy.
It's like Paul in the DFF game.
Mm-hmm. You got to build it. Like bards are capable of fucking like running around a whole zone and kiting and killing the entire zone themselves. That's how bards level to 60. So like I'm building a powerful character, but right now she's not that powerful. Poor Buffalopian. That's her name, by the way. Jason's name is Lamb Blender, but with the B from the lamb as the blender. So it's like a portmanteau, I guess. And I made my portmanteau Buffalopian, and I made a female character who has fallopian tubes. Isn't that great?
Cis female.
Cis female, exactly. Has fallopian tubes. Cis female, yes. Cis female with fallopian tubes. Buffalopian. She doesn't find it anywhere near as funny as me and Jason found it last night. We were laughing our asses off at Buffalopian for some reason.
Well, I had just woken up too.
No, I don't blame you. No. Trust me, it's not all that funny. It really isn't. But that's why I keep Jason around, is because he's a dude that thinks that type of stupid shit. That would be funny to like a 2-year-old who just found out about fallopian tubes. You know what I mean? And I'm a 40-year-old, and he's a 20-plus, mid-20s-year-old man now. He's got no excuse. And we were both giggling our asses off at Buffalopian last night. That's just, that's why I told the people...
Good with like the clits of steel.
The Clits of Steel had me dying. And that ended up being the perfect name for that show, too, by the way. A book by Alexander Shulgin of use of psychoactives for treatment of mental health and his experience synthesizing. I can't even get into that right now, dude.
Come back to the UK. You've never been.
Yeah, I've never... Well, DP went.
Yeah, but not you.
I've never been to the UK.
Oh, shit. I saw some crazy sports news this morning. Apparently, all the Broncos quarterbacks are out and they're playing the Saints tonight.
Damn. Well, the Broncos are probably about to get fucked then. because the Saints actually win games, unlike the
With
Raiders.
no seasoned quarterback. Like,
Yeah, no, it's not going to be good. If they got their third stringer out there throwing tonight, unless he's like,
fourth stringer.
oh, fourth stringer. Well, see, here's the thing. There is a tiny little off underdog chance that fourth stringer is a fucking hyper talented dude that's just been underutilized, and he blows it up tonight and becomes a big star. And then the fucking other straight, when they come back from injury, they're not going to have their spot anymore.
No,
But
they got taken out for COVID.
or whatever it is. But here's the thing. 99% chance he sucks and just gets steamrolled tonight.
Yeah, so TJ and Scotty gonna be having a ball watching that Saints game.
Well, you say the Raiders are good this year, but let me tell you something. I watched my first Raiders game in a long time the other day when they played the fucking... Who did they play again? They played the Chiefs.
Yeah.
They had it in the bag, and the whole time they were playing, I was telling Amelia, they're going to lose. They'll find a way to lose. And in the fourth quarter, they started fouling, threw a big pick at the end, gave up too many points, and ended up losing the fucking game. And that's what happens. Like, Raiders seasons will go that same way. They'll start off with, like, chugga, 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 and everybody goes, oh, yeah, the Raiders are good this year. Well, they were 6-3 when I started watching them. Now they're 6-4. 6-4 is doesn't sound anywhere near as good as 6-3. Now you've like lost half again or more games than you've won. That's not a good trend. And it's going to keep going that way. And by the end of the season, the Raiders will be like 8-12 or some shit, and they'll maybe get a playoff shot, and then they'll go 1-out in the playoffs, and that'll be it. They'll wild card it up. I've been a Raiders fan too long. I just know what happens to them. They fall apart. Over the course of a game, they fall apart. They can come out charging first quarter, second quarter, maybe even into the first part of the third quarter. You're like, damn, the Raiders are good. And then all of a sudden, they're just like, they start personal fouling. They get tired. Something happens to them, and they just don't have the discipline to hold it together. And they lose games. And then they lose seasons. And then Raiders fans get all salty. And I just stopped getting salty about it, man. Fuck. Anyway, I've been doing this for way too long. I'm going to end this. Have a good one, guys. I'll see you next time. Bye.